everybody take their seats, we're going to go ahead and get started. I know we've got a great program for you today, and people are going to be coming in and out throughout the day, so please feel free if you have to get up and stretch or do whatever. Very excited for you to be here. Thank you so much. My name is Terry Kimball, and I'm the President and CEO here at the Chandler Chamber of Commerce. And I'd like to welcome you to this special engagement on the Autonomous Vehicle Symposium in partnership with ASU Center for Smart Cities and Regions Summit. Today's AV Symposium will highlight the AV sector in Chandler and those businesses leading the development of this technology. And I really want to thank Chandler Gilbert Community College for not only being our partner, but our host today. We cannot thank you enough. And I know we have students that will be coming in and out throughout the day, so we're really excited about that. I'd also like to acknowledge our elected officials that we have here in the room. So as I call your name, if you can stand to be recognized. Mayor Kevin Harkey, which you'll hear from. Councilmember Mark Stewart. Vice Mayor Terry Rowe. Supervisor Jack Sellers. I would also like to introduce a couple of my colleagues. Joaquin Madison from the Swedish American Chamber of Commerce, as well as from the U.S. Chamber of Art, and Janian from the U.S. Chamber. So thank you. Please note that throughout today, our speaker and panelist bios, you'll see their little headshots. We have so many great speakers for you today. We've also put in your program on how you can connect with each one of them. And in your program, you'll see their headshots and then the links on how you can connect with each of them if you want further information. And also, please refer to the program for the list of demos and displays out here in the courtyard. I know that they were still getting set up, as well as just, I guess, south of here, we have some of the vehicles, the autonomous vehicles, and some of the new technology vehicles on display out here. So you want to make your way throughout the entire campus. And please don't forget to hashtag Chandler Chamber AV for social media. We'd love to be able to get this out to more people because this is our future. So thank you again for being here. And at this time, it is my pleasure to introduce our very own Mayor Kevin Harkey.
Well, thank you, Terry, and welcome. We still have to, at times, remind our neighbors Gilbert that it's still Chandler Gilbert Community College here. The former mayors had tried to work out a deal with us that after 25 years we were going to revert it to make it Gilbert Chandler, but we smile. Anyway, it's great to have you all here. This is going to be an exceptional week, as it has been with the autonomous vehicle, things going on in Phoenix and around the valley, as well as this here. Great, thank you, Terry, for introducing our council. We're really excited in Chandler that this is here, and because of the innovative ways that Chandler has implemented autonomous vehicle technology in the community, and the number of pioneers and industries in the autonomous vehicles sector that call Chandler home, we've been called the autonomous vehicle capital of the world. And I thank you for my friend from Sweden that has toured and brought a contingency to visit us, as well as others. And it's not just a moniker. When we talk about the number of people in this space, I think we have 12 plus companies that specifically are in terms of manufacturing and doing other things that really make us a leader in this community. And we've embraced a variety of technologies in this space, and as well as things that we're doing in the city. We have an employee autonomous vehicle ride-hailing pilot program with Waymo that we're excited about. We've amended our code to support AV and ride-sharing implementation. We're working with our public safety department to literally write the book on how public safety departments around the nation work with autonomous vehicles. And we've hosted groups from around the world, not just Sweden, but many in Canada and others that have come to Chandler to see what's going on here and to see how Chandler continues to embrace and take a lead in this space. And looking to the future, we hope that this technology will continue to move the dial and move things forward in our community and around the world with what we're doing in the city, as well as first and last mile delivery. as well as transit services for the elderly and the disabled. So as a community of innovation, we hope that this leads more companies to making a home in Chandler and revolutionizing their own industries the way that the companies you're going to hear from today are doing. So I'm very proud of our city, and again, our city manager, Marcia Reed, is also here, and the way that we're leading and directing our city and working with those in our city to pioneer new advances in the space. So thank you for being here. This promises to be an exciting day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I will tell you, last week what Mayor didn't mention was our new parking garage in downtown, and there. Come on up here and talk a little bit about that. Not like putting you on the spot, but I'm pretty proud of that.
She's pretty proud of that. I'm very proud of that, and how that escaped me, I'm not sure. But we recently built a brand new parking garage in downtown Chandler, 932 free spaces, and in record time, on budget and ahead of time with this. But the exciting thing about this is council really worked with our city and with the builders to make sure that we are already looking at in the future and wondering, will there be as much traffic and the need for parking garages in the future? So we lifted the first floor to where it can be converted to office or retail or potentially residential in the future. We've already conduited the capability to put electricity, water, wastewater in and out of there. So in 10, 20 years or so, we are ready to convert this and look at leading that. Forward thinking as a city, we need to look beyond just today's needs, but what are our needs going to be tomorrow's? Thank you.
We hosted a large event there last week, and it was pretty amazing. So please welcome our host for today and our partner, truly our partner, Dr. Greg Peterson. He's the president of Chandler Gilbert Community College.
Good morning. Thank you for being here this morning. We're so happy to host an event like this. We're so happy. It's so selfish that our students get to see these types of things, to be involved in these types of things as they're learning and preparing for the future. Chandler Gilbert, if you don't know, we serve about 19,000 students annually, and we're really proud of the work that we do. We're the largest transfer feeder for engineering at ASU. Yeah, see my engineering faculty in the back. Very happy about that. We also provide a robust portfolio of career technical education programs in collaboration in our region, so across the East Valley with Mesa Community College and Scottsdale Community College. We're able to provide emerging IT and automation technology, industry credentials, certificates, and degrees. So we're excited about the work that we can do. Another amazing thing about community college is that we're locally focused, and that allows us then to support the priorities of our cities like Chandler, at Chandler Gilbert Community College, and maintaining Chandler, really maintaining Chandler as the AV capital of the nation. So we're excited to have you here. We're excited to move forward. We hope to continue to host events like this in the future as we continue to do this amazing work. I get to move us forward in the program this morning by asking you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'll please stand. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I would now like to invite Dominic Papa to come up for a Smart Cities Consortium welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Great to see so many faces out so early talking about technology. This is what I get excited about. So great to be here today. There's no doubt in my mind, the mayor's right, Terry's right. Chandler is one of the forefront leaders in this space, and it's so exciting to see the city of Chandler really accelerate into the smart city space. My name's Dominic Papa. I was the executive director for a nonprofit organization called the Institute for Digital Progress. It was strictly focused on helping transform Greater Phoenix cities into leading smart cities. I'm now the Vice President for the Smart State Initiative at the Arizona Commerce Authority. And so excited to be here today because this is a part of a bigger program. The Chandler AV Symposium is a part of a bigger Smart Region Summit that our region is hosting this week. And just a little background on the Smart Region Summit. So I will be the first to admit I am probably the least technical person in this room. I spent most of my time looking at governance models and trying to transform the way local governments were delivering services. And so not too long ago, we were looking around the country and noticing that a lot of the cities around the country and around the world were really driving forward into the smart city space and being very successful in transforming the way they were delivering services through technology and really improving the quality of life for their citizens and residents in their communities, as well as bringing economic development and tech investment into the communities. And so we saw cities like Austin, Denver, San Diego, New York, San Francisco really take a forward leap into this space. And so we started to talk to ourselves, okay, how are we in the greater Phoenix region going to compete with all of these cities that really had a big head start on us? They started about 8, 9, 10 years ago. And after talking with a lot of leaders, mayors, city managers, supervisors, doctors of universities, we realized that if we want to compete, our competitive advantage is who we were as a region. So just so you know, the numbers speak for themselves. We're the 4th largest county. It's the fastest growing county in the country, I think for 3 or 4 years in a row. We have the world's, or the nation's #1 largest public research institution in ASU, which has been voted #1 in innovation for, I think, the last 4 years. We've got the #1 largest community college district in the nation right here in our backyard. We've got 22 jurisdictions all stand up right next to each other. And so we thought to ourselves, what if we could get those 22 jurisdictions to think together, act together, innovate together, and then procure technology and infrastructure together? Could we build a smart region and outscale everyone else that's focused on building smart cities? Could we accelerate our development into a smart region, accelerate the investment of technology into our communities, and really start to solve these seemingly insurmountable problems together? And so about 6 months ago, we've officially come together as a region and launched this Greater Phoenix Smart Region Consortium. So it's the 22 communities come together with ASU, with the Community College District, and with leading industry partners to really drive technology adoption at scale and solve problems for our communities. So this week was our big celebration week with a series of events all over the region, which we believe that the Chandler AV Symposium is going to be one of our premier events moving forward into the future. So I just want to give a shout out to Terry and her team, Brian, for hosting such a terrific event. We look forward to this becoming a yearly staple for us. If you'd like to learn more, please let us know, but so happy to be here and looking forward to this great program. Thank you. Terry, do you want me? Are we good?
Dominic's doing some amazing work, and I'll tell you, when we first sat down with him on putting this program together, he was just infectious about this. So I'm really excited and thank him for being here. So now it is time for our first speaker of the day, Jill Sharapo. She is the Senior Director of Strategic Marketing at Intel. And you can see her program again. You can connect with her and link in on her. But she's a personal friend, and I'm so pleased that she's here because she's actually not. She's supposed to be on vacation. So, but come on up here, Jill. And I will tell you, her presentation will leave you inspired, and you're going to want to know more about this autonomous vehicle space. So, thank you, Jill.
Good morning. My name is Jill Sharapo. I have been at Intel for 25 years, all in Chandler. I started working at Intel in the fab when I was in college. So it's been a very long career, and I've had many, many different jobs. This is actually my last presentation, this job, and then I'll be moving on to another one. But I'm so happy we committed to do this, and I really am looking forward to talking about it. The other thing I want to say is I have a house across the street from that parking garage you guys just built. And let me tell you, all of the neighbors run their garbage cans out to the roads on Friday nights, just so they don't have people parking in front of their houses. So I'm sure they all thank you for that garage. Now we just need to direct people there. Okay, so starting out, we're going to talk about some of the building blocks of autonomous driving and what we all need to do as a community and an industry to pull this program off.
Now I heard you go too fast and you'll melt.
Electricity. I'm not putting lightning in my walls.
No, I'll leave flying to the birds.
You know, it mutates all the nutrients in your food.
They have these little soaps there that I can't find anywhere else. Now my hands smell amazing.
Do you really need to talk to people all the time?
Autonomous car? Like I'm gonna trust my life to some computer.
Intel is powering autonomous cars you can trust. Don't worry, we'll help you get there.
Dun, 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 dun. So Intel has been working on autonomous vehicles for a really long time. In fact, we've been in vehicles for over 20 or 30 years. However, we have three distinct groups right now that are really focused on this industry. The first one, of course, is our autonomous driving group. The second is 5G, because we all know that connectivity is going to be required for these vehicles. And the third area is artificial intelligence. And I know there are a couple discussions about that later. But let's take a look at innovation in the automotive group. As we just saw from that video, innovation takes time. And if we look back at the history of electrical vehicles, it's taken them over 20 years to reach 2% of the population of vehicles. They started in 1997 with the Toyota Prius. And now, 2010, battery prices dropped by 50%. In 2018, they were 2% of the vehicle population. They get a lot of press, they get a lot of talk, they're covered a lot for 2% of our population of vehicles. Just putting that in perspective. Back in 2015, 2016, there were a ton of bets made on autonomous vehicles. A lot of money was spent by companies, a lot of money was spent by new companies, a lot of money was spent on small engineering groups at universities. Jeff, like your team, could have been acquired for $1 billion, all 10 of you, right? And Intel bought Mobileye back then for $15 billion, actually 15.3. The technology and automotive industry has invested a ton of money into this market. And I think that we need to respect that, pay tribute to it, and understand what it's doing for us. So if we look back at 2015, this was kind of the peak of automated driving. This is when it was first hitting the market. This is when it was all over the news. This is when most of those investments were made and cars started hitting the road. Cities also were grappling with, are we going to let these cars drive in autonomous mode in our streets, and what's that going to look like? We think at this point for autonomous driving level 4, we're reaching the level of disillusionment, which means the industry's kind of given up on it and they're not sure how to handle this. Artificial intelligence went through this back in 1971. Our goal as passionate lovers of this technology is to make sure this doesn't happen and we can actually get to that slope of enlightenment. I'm going to quickly touch on this. This is the SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers, view of autonomous driving, just to set the stage of what we're going to be talking about today. Over on the right, this is called full automation. This is where you can have a car with no driver. You don't even need pedals or a steering wheel. You get in it and it goes. Over on the left, level 0 is no automation at all. Figure your 1971 Trans Am with even the windows that you crank up, right? No automation whatsoever. In between is a sliding scale of automation when it comes to vehicles. Level 4 on the right, next to level 5, a car can actually drive itself. Usually needs a human in the seat, but not required. Level 1 and level 2 are called driver assistance and partial automation. I bet many of you in this room actually have vehicles that have this type of technology. Does anyone have lane keeping assist or forward collision warning in their vehicle? Raise your hand so we get it. It's pretty good, but that's about what we expect in a group this size. Okay, if we think back to electrical vehicles, let's talk about what this market's going to look like for autonomous vehicles and why it's so important to understand the money people are investing in it. I think that this assumption is high. It looks like the students are coming in. No pressure. However, a very conservative estimate for level 4 level vehicles by the year 2029 is just about 11.5%. That's not a big number. And I bet that is actually not conservative. I would say that's probably aggressive, seeing how slow the automotive industry works. However, when we look at level 2, 3, 4, or 2 and 3, we actually see higher percentages there. This stuff is realistic. You can buy it today. Many of you have it, and it saves lives. So how are we going to actually reach that market maturity? There are 3 ways we believe to reach that. Number 1 is the building blocks that go into the vehicles. The sensors, the radar, the LiDAR, the technology, the computer chips, how it functions. Number 2 is economic scalability. It has to be profitable for the companies, and consumers have to afford it. Right now, most autonomous vehicles on the road cost more than probably the most expensive sports car, like a Maserati. I've never bought one, but I'm just assuming. They have to be affordable. The technology has to be affordable. I think the most progressive artificial intelligent being they built back in the 70s cost $250 million. That's not going to scale. We have to make it affordable. And the third thing, and ASU is working on this, the Institute for Automated Mobility is working on this, is formalizing safety. How do we make sure that every autonomous vehicle can pass that 16-year-old driving test? And what does that driving test look like? How do you merge? How do you stop? How do you make sure you're doing the right things at an intersection? And how do we measure that? This is something that's not standard yet, and we need to figure it out. Okay, so let's talk about that technology that is available today. And by the way, we can thank a lot of that technology for autonomous cars that are out there and the engineering work that's going into them. I don't know if many of you know this. We all know most crashes are caused by human error. But do you know that 80% of crashes are caused due to 3 seconds of inattention prior to the accident? 3 seconds. I dare you all to unlock your phone and measure how long it takes you to do that. Just unlock your phone and think about that when you're driving. I tell teenagers this all the time. Don't even unlock your phone. However, if you have a warning system in your car that can give you 1.5 seconds of warning, 1.5 seconds, you could prevent 90% of those accidents. Lane keeping assist and collision avoidance can help you do that. Again, we need to respect this technology that's being developed as a result of autonomous vehicles. That technology is called ADAS, and let's look at how prominent it is in the industry. For collision warning, pedestrian detection, don't hit that pedestrian and let your car help you see it. Lane departure warning and blind spot warning. Some have it, some cost extra, some don't have it at all. Can you imagine if this is what the roadmap for seatbelts look like today? You only get a seatbelt if you buy the highest package vehicle. Okay. Here's the other amazing thing about those cameras that are on the car. We can actually use cameras that are there for collision avoidance to start measuring and looking at the road and creating maps. This is what we're going to see coming with this technology. You aren't going to need a fully autonomous vehicles to start mapping your streets. And we all know cars drive around millions and millions of miles just to map where every stop sign is and every curb, and they call it the road furniture, all the road furniture. Well, in the future, we aren't going to need that because any car with a camera can collect and submit this data for analysis. And this is what the car sees. I don't know if many of you have seen this. It can see signs, it can see roads, it sees lane lines, it sees road boundaries. And we talked to ADOT a lot about this. Once cars are looking at what's there and it's a digital view, it better be in good shape because they aren't going to know what they're looking at. A smashed up street sign cannot be read by a vehicle. A person will know, oh, that sign should have said Chandler Gilbert Community College exit, but it doesn't anymore, right? It's not there. A car won't know that. So let's look at what this looks like in real motion. This is all the car sees. There's really no faces. There's no understanding what the cars are. It's all very digital. I'm going to see if I can do that again one more time. And on the right here, you see the mapping. So it knows exactly where the GPS location is compared to what it's seeing. This is why this is an industry-wide problem, including our city managers, our departments of transportation across the world, understanding of what the technology can see and interpret. This is not only an industry-wide problem, but it's a community problem. Here's another example. Once your cars are driving, cars can actually tell what the road condition looks like and where your potholes are, where your cracks are, where we need to go start fixing things. I'm only showing these videos as an example to get your brains thinking about what else these vehicles can start doing in the meantime. The reason this is important is because all those billions of dollars all these companies are spending, I mean, more than probably any other industry at this point. We need to find a way to start capitalizing on that investment today. Not in 2030 or 35 or 40, but we need to figure out how to use the technology, how to use the data, and how to make money. For all of those looking for jobs, figure out how to make money with the technology that's being developed today. The third area is formalizing road safety. And I have to say I'm not as close to this as other people, but I do not think the formal model has been defined yet. People are working, I know Jeff and his team are working on what that would look like with SAE. But this is that notion of when can a car cut in and merge into traffic? When do you let someone with their blinker in front of you? I mean, Phoenix drivers never do. Is that ethical? It's legal, but is it ethical? And what are we going to, how are we going to train the cars to make these decisions? As we all know, AI and the ethics of AI is only based on the person writing the program. Right? So if we have a real jerk writing the program of how a computer or a car is going to behave, that's what we're going to end up with. So a very formal model needs to be developed and rolled out, and to everyone, to all of the autonomous driving companies, as well as cities and states and those who actually enforce the driver laws. Okay, so let's go back to the whole seatbelt discussion and regulating safety. Automatic braking systems took 40 years to standardize. Isn't that crazy to think about? Like, can you imagine stepping on your brakes and not having it like shake and actually stop? That would be insane. Airbags took 40 years to standardize. Again, you could go buy a car and an airbag was optional. Now, they're standard, even on the most inexpensive cars. And seatbelts themselves took 30 years to standardize. And they still aren't required in a couple of states, which is also very interesting. But when we look back at the automotive industry, it takes decades for these things to become standard. It's kind of a very interesting part of this industry, and it's another reason we need to understand and move some of these technologies forward. My position, I always said I'd be happy the day ADAS is standard on every single vehicle, so that we don't have 20% of the room raising their hand saying, I have that on my car. Okay, let's watch another quick video. Okay, so the reason I show these videos is because this is our vision. This is our dream. We need to find a way to make this reality. And let me tell you, both of these videos were done back in the 2015-2016 timeframe, right? I see all these faces, people are like, I don't think so. Right? That's the situation. And as people whose jobs it is to make this technology and this, to get Terry the autonomous vehicle in Arizona, right? A lot of work needs to be done, and we need to come together to solve a lot of problems to make that happen. So what are the opportunities for everybody in this room? Like, what can we all do? Number one, make sure you use and respect the technology that's in your vehicle today. And if you don't have a vehicle with ADAS technology, when you go to Earnhardt to buy your next vehicle, make sure you ask for it. Right? The more we ask for it, the more we want it, the more we demand it, the more they're going to start delivering it. I mean, that's something everyone in this room can do. The other thing we need to do is really understand how this technology works. Nothing kills us more than seeing a guy in California in a Tesla sleeping on the freeway. Right? That's just completely taking advantage of the technology, and it's going to do more hurt than help to what we're trying to create here. The second thing is pushing at government standards, and Arizona has done an amazing job of this. And it's really an engage and see process. We're going to engage in this environment and allow cars to test on our roads, and then we're going to go back and see what we need to do with our standards and our policy. The last thing we can all do is support the robo-taxi market and the cars that are testing on our roads. I hear so many complaints, oh, this car didn't. Let's be respectful to the engineers and the people that are trying to test and learn and create this technology on our roads. Give them a little leeway. Understand that what they're trying to do is super duper hard. And we are going to benefit from all the work they're doing. So let's be open, let's be supportive, and let's really understand the change this can make in all of our lives. Thank you.
So we have time for a couple of questions, and if you want to come up here and state your name and then ask questions of the speaker. Great.
Hi, my name is Ulf Westblom. I am with one of the semiconductor equipment companies. I wonder if you could elaborate a bit on what you think could be some of the accelerators. I know you mentioned some here, but I think there are many others. You know, there's obviously infrastructure improvements, there's cost improvements, like you mentioned, some of the hardware can be taken out of the car. There could be insurance aspects. You know, yes, you can drive your own car, but your insurance is going to be 3x. Or registration, yes, you can drive your own car, but registration is going to be 5x because you're bogging down infrastructure and taking up parking space and so on. And so I just wonder a bit, when you look at scenarios, what do you really think of could disrupt or accelerate adoption of this technology?
So I think you're talking about two different things. Number one is we call it the robo-taxi market, which is what Waymo is working on, right? Autonomous Ubers, so to speak. That's one. Do you get rid of your cars altogether and just use an autonomous Uber market? Number two is cell phone autonomous vehicles, right? Where you get in your private vehicle, you still got all your junk in the console, it's your car, your whopper wrappers are in the back, but it can drive autonomously. Two different things. We'll talk about the second first. Number one, we need, and I've attended several conferences about this, how do we get insurance discounts for people who have, actually, let's start with ADAS, right? If you have collision avoidance on your vehicle, you should get a discount. I was laughing. You get a discount if you have a car alarm, but not collision avoidance. We need to get discounts on our insurance for this technology. If you're going to purchase technology to avoid accidents, we need to get those discounts. Number two, the price of LiDAR, radar, and some of the mapping stuff needs to come down. When it comes to mapping, I've always believed that people need to consolidate their mapping and use the same systems. We can't each be driving around 13 million miles just to map a city. I mean, talk about a waste of resources. You're wasting resources to try and save resources. And then you have to continually map. So we need to find a way to crowdsource our mapping services. And then you actually had a great rest of the list, right? We could talk about this for 3 hours. I had 15 minutes to do a presentation, but you know, that's a long conversation.
Great. All right. Thank you so much. Oh, one more, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a faculty member here, and we just had the conversation with my students about autonomous vehicles, and the stuff that popped up was that in Los Angeles there's a third annual mobility security conference, and that it was a topic of black hat hackers. How can I, as a faculty member, work on eliminating that FUD, that fear that's going to be about the technology and the media overhype about the security factors? Do you guys have resources that I can use and refer to students for research papers and things like that so that we can ameliorate that problem?
Yeah, we have a team. I'm not really sure what they're doing. I mean, I'd be happy to connect you to them. How about that?
Great,
Cool.
thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
I told you she was amazing. Every time I hear her speak, I learn something else new, and it just is great. Our next speaker is Greg Rodriguez with Mobile Policy Principal for Emerging Technologies Communities at Stantec. And Stantec is a local Chandler company, and I have to do a shout out because they are actually out here on the patio. They're actually conducting a survey for us to help us gear up and give information out to our community, and then also to give to our city leaders as well. So please make sure that you stop by to see their location. So please put your hands together. And Greg's work, when we first started talking to Greg, he was actually working out of Washington, D.C. and has done this policy work all across the country. So now that he's here in Chandler, it's truly an asset. So again, put your hands together and please welcome Greg Rodriguez.
Oh, you are? Okay. You're going up as a panel.
All right. So next I'd like to introduce Patricia Durr. She's a federal, state, and local policy landscape at Squire Patton Boggs. And you can see their detailed information. And I'm going to also introduce Steve Murphy with Horseshoe Bend Energy, because he's going to come in. Since I am losing my voice, he's going to come in and step in. So, but thank you both. I'm going to have you guys introduce you. Go ahead and take it from here.
Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you to the Chamber. I think it's already been iterated, but this is a really exciting event. I'm really excited to be here. I do have to say that I still work out of Washington, D.C., as does Patty, and both of us are involved in the same space. I am not an engineer, I'm a trained attorney, so you can let out your booze now. I'll take them for Patty. But I became very inspired to work on this, just thinking about the livability aspect, and words like mobility, words like connections, words like equity, words like accessibility. So growing up, I grew up in San Diego, single mother, and I had to take the bus to get to basketball practice, and that bus route took 2 hours, when in a car, it would have taken 20 minutes. And so now, we're talking about autonomous vehicles, we're talking about opportunities, and I would really like to hopefully provide an inspirational discussion today, an educational discussion, and really thinking about the opportunities to fill transportation gaps that technology provides. And I think that is something we hear at all these conferences, something we hear from all the companies that are working on this space. And one of the things I'm really excited about in my work is how do we make that a reality? And so one of the reasons that I switched from working at a law firm to coming to Stantec is the opportunity to work on the ground on projects. Not just working on policy and regulations, but to figure out how do we translate the work that's happening in DC at the advocacy level, the work that's happening in states like Arizona, which is really great, and then how do we make sure that our communities are involved in the discussion as well. So Thanksgiving's coming up, bear with me, hopefully nobody's hungry, but I'm trying to take advantage of a little fun today because I love Thanksgiving. It's one of my favorite holidays, mainly because we come together and collaborate. And I think right now we're at this tipping point, just like Intel was discussing, we have this opportunity to collaborate around a very exciting time in our lives, not just thinking about transportation, not just thinking about mobility, but thinking about efficiency when it comes to our communities. And so I appreciated the work that ASU is doing, thinking about how do we think about this from a regional perspective. So you'll see on there, I think the way we can kind of start to think about this is smart cities, but cities sometimes only encompasses urban areas. That's kind of what's happening in discussion around autonomous vehicles right now. A lot of people think, oh wow, these technologies are only going to be in urban centers. If I'm a rural community, why should I care about this? Why should I support this? So that's why we're saying, how do we take a step back and think about communities? And even then, I don't think that's enough, because even a community can still be, again, heavily populated, and not thinking about those opportunities for new connections, thinking about some of the rural areas, thinking about areas where there isn't affordable transit. How do we create those opportunities, especially around economic opportunities, thinking about job force and getting people to jobs, and just creating a more efficient system. So the interesting thing is, does anybody have a definition for smart city? There just isn't a definition. So with that in mind, what we've been doing is trying to figure out, okay, how do you define smart city for your region? And it's a great place to start, because again, taking a step back, we'll have a great discussion today around autonomous vehicles, but we also need to kind of step back and how do we make sure that these new technologies are a success? How do we make sure that they solve existing problems? Things like traffic, things like access to healthcare, things like access to education. It's great that we're doing this at a community college. How many of you all are students here? That's exciting. And so the opportunities to think about, you're on the cusp of a great future. I think I see 3 NASA sweatshirts. I love that phenomenon. But it shows how you all are going to be the future, and you all are going to be driving how this technology is deployed. But we also need to engage you all to figure out, what do you all think about this? Because again, working in DC, we are in a bubble, and sometimes we preach and communicate ideas without asking, what do you all think? And so the public outreach part of all this is going to be really important. So I applaud you all for being here today. But again, thinking with the Thanksgiving theme is, think about a recipe. So I am a horrible cook. My wife is a very good cook. I am very lucky, but I can do nothing without a recipe and instructions. So when you think about your vision for a smart city, how do you start to think about what is your idea of success within your community or region? And so that is the opportunity, and I know Chandler's doing it with some of the outreach surveys related to mobility and transportation. How do you figure out what are the needs in your community? How do you get the public involved? And then how do you develop a vision for how you want the technology to be deployed? And I would argue that 3 potential principles to work from are policy, projects, and people. So think about the projects you want to do. What are the policies that you need to support those projects? And that usually comes thinking about, is what we want to do legal under state law? So then you can take a look at your state codes and your municipal codes, the local codes, to make sure that there aren't any barriers or speed bumps. And if there are, how do you think about addressing those early on with regard to a demonstration project to make sure that you're not doing anything illegal, or that you can make sure that you can get buy-in from the public as you explain why you're doing things and what are the ultimate goals of a project. So think about starting with a recipe and thinking about that important foundation. So finding the right balance. So once you have the recipe, you have to figure out how you're going to mix the ingredients. And kind of an analogy I was thinking about this morning is, a lot of times ovens don't necessarily work the same. So you might have an electrical oven or a gas oven. And so you have to think about, what are these extraneous factors that might exist in your community that may not fit the recipe. So a great example is, there's a great amount of literature coming out right now around smart cities, autonomous vehicles, great best practices guidance. As a practicing attorney, I would get frustrated with some of that guidance because it made it sound too easy. And so it's very hard to translate things on a national level. So a lot of the guidance would say, do X, but then when you go to a community like Tulsa in Oklahoma, where we're doing some work, you can't necessarily do that because state laws don't allow that. So again, the goal is trying to figure out, how do you focus locally, regionally, what are your goals? And then think about, okay, how can this be scaled up within our communities, within our state, and how do we make sure our communities are involved in the discussions around the potential changes so that we can make sure we get it right. And these are just some of the policy issues that we're working on. I think some of them were brought up during the previous presentation. I'm happy to get into them during the Q&A, but we'll keep moving forward. But I do want to focus on that last one, partnerships. Again, we're at this exciting time. I don't know how we move forward without a multidiscipline focus and trying to think through how do we get lawyers in a room, how do we get engineers in a room, how do we get policymakers in a room, how do we get law enforcement in the room, how do we get students in the room, PhDs, everybody to figure out how do we move forward effectively and collaboratively, because those slides around the development of standards are very true. Things move very slowly with regard to developing new safety standards. So we need to figure out a way how can we do it collaboratively and more efficiently in order to move forward so we continue to prioritize safety. So being from San Diego, there's a lot of really great cuisine there. I sorely miss very good burritos. It just does not exist in the East Coast. But I have learned a new appreciation for Old Bay. And so these are kind of the extra steps that you could potentially think about when you are in your community. What makes your community unique? So that's kind of the seasoning that you can bring onto your projects. And these are the, we can also think about as new things that we need to be thinking about from a flavor profile if you're working with new ingredients. And so here, these are the new complicated issues that we really need to be thinking about right now. And again, we talk about this potential future where everything works seamlessly with regard to autonomous vehicles. I don't know how that happens until we start to really think about these important foundational issues, which are both legal and policy issues. At Stantec, I have the privilege of working on one of the projects with SAE related to mobility data governance. So right now, who's seen dockless scooters on the road? So right now, there's a huge push to be collecting data related to those scooters on how they're being used within communities. And there's an argument going around about what's the best way to ensure that data is effectively captured and kept safe. And so SAE is a respected standard setting organization. We saw a couple slides on how they develop standards related to autonomous vehicles and the labeling of the technology. Now we're starting to work to develop standards around data governance. How do we make sure that we are collecting data safely, thinking about not only privacy, but also user considerations as we start to use more mobile devices? Our data is being collected. So what role do citizens play in that, and what do we need from an informed consent perspective? And we can't have a meal without dessert. And so just to refocus this discussion on the opportunities and kind of the inspiration that got me involved, I call these the 3 E's that I like to focus on. So when we're thinking about these projects, are we asking questions around, is there equitable focus? Are we solving existing problems? And what can we use that technology to solve those? Where are the existing opportunities? The economic opportunities, I think, are huge. The connection between land use and transportation is emerging very quickly. Here in Chandler, you will have one of the first codes in your land use codes that allow for reduction in parking in order to accommodate pickup and drop-off zones for automated vehicles. It's a great idea, but there were some additional liability considerations that needed to be considered. So doing that first step and passing the ordinance, but then thinking through, okay, what are these additional more complicated issues like insurance and liability that we need to be thinking about to make sure there's success. And then efficiency. That's my idea of a smart city, is how do we use resources, how do we provide services, how do we alleviate congestion, how do we just improve our way of life so that everything's more efficient and just better. I don't think any of us want to be stuck in traffic because of an accident. Instead, we want to be going quickly, efficiently in order to get home and spend more time with our families. Here's a few projects that I welcome the chance to answer any questions on. As I mentioned, we're doing some work on smart mobility with Tulsa. We're working with the SAE Mobility Data Collaborative. We're working on low-speed automated vehicle deployments from a planning to deployment perspective. And then one thing that I'm very passionate about is doing research and writing in this area. And what's great being at Stantec is we're being able to do the research and then supplementing it with the on-the-ground work we're doing. And again, I reiterate the point, we need to continue to be doing testing, to learn from the testing, to gather the data, and that is the opportunity to develop data-driven regulations. And we can talk more about that during the Q&A. So I just kind of like to leave with this question is, what is your smart mobility vision? Where are the opportunities? I love this slide because it deals with somebody in a wheelchair. Are we making sure that these new technologies are accessible? How do we provide an equitable focus? Right now, paratransit, usually you have to reserve 24 hours in advance. How can we make paratransit more of an on-demand type service that we all take for granted for today? These are some thoughts for moving forward. I think I covered most of these, but I kind of want to focus on the last one. There's no one-size-fits-all approach. So there's different infrastructure across the country in every community, every region. There's different regulatory requirements. So it's great for us to be in settings like this to learn from each other, but there's also a danger of cutting and pasting without thinking about what is your recipe and what is your vision. And so when we're learning from each other, let's make sure that we're thinking about those nuances with regard to state or local regulations. And then we're raising some of the potential impediments around those different varying regulations across the country. How do we focus on that and bring that to the federal government to say, here's the opportunities to hopefully streamline regulations, create success, and continue to support demonstrations. And I always like the old school cell phone that Zach Morris used to use in Saved by the Bell. But I'd love to keep in touch. Very active on Twitter. And like Terry said, we have a table set up outside where we're doing a survey. You can either fill it out on the laptop, we have a paper copy, or we have these postcards with a QR code. And so you can come out, take a picture, and fill it out on your mobile device. And again, that's going to help us inform this conversation for the future and to help shape the future AV symposiums that will likely come for hopefully many future years. So with that, I'll turn it over to Patty to talk about some of the fun things going on in DC.
Hi, I'm Patty Dorsch. I'm an attorney at Squire Patton Boggs. Wondering why is a lawyer up here and not a reformed lawyer? I'm here because I practice exclusively in transportation and infrastructure, and within that sector, I like folks who make things. I represent a manufacturer of rail cars. There is an American manufacturer of rail cars. I represent a bus maker. I represent a truck maker, trailer maker. I represent all sorts of folks along the supply chain of automakers. So that's an area I'm very interested in. I also work with folks who operate transportation, autonomous trucking companies, several transit agencies. So it's several different aspects of my work. I'm a lobbyist as well as a lawyer, so I do advocacy on the Hill. And I also work with, a lot of times on the manufacturing side with folks, they have requirements to meet in order to sell. NHTSA set standards for trucks and buses and mainly cars and standards they have to meet. So that's a perspective that I bring to this today. I want to touch briefly on all the major players here, but which we mainly know, but then focus on some of the key principles that in a federal policy world might be a framework for looking at AVs. And then I want to examine which one of those principles or which ones of those are probably best exercised by federal players, Congress and USDOT. I'm not speaking on the locals. I think Greg did an outstanding job on that. There's no way I would come to Arizona and try and tell you guys about your state. So I really am limiting this to the federal level. That's where my knowledge is. First, touch briefly. Here's the stakeholders. I think we all know these folks. We all know what their issues are generally. We know where they agree. We know where they disagree. And at the federal level, we also know that we have yet to get big compromise AV legislation. We have yet to get any bill. And so if I'm one of the federal policymakers, if I'm the purple, if I'm the dark blue, what do I say here? What is my thinking? Do I need to narrow my role? Do I need to change my focus? What do I have to do? And I think the best way to answer these questions is focus more on the goals and priorities that we all share and not just the players. And also the approach to use to reach those goals and priorities. Briefly, I would say that Secretary Chow, who's head of USDOT, has made very clear that her approach is a collaborative one. She does not want to stifle innovation. She is not looking to mandate anything. Congress, it basically has an all or nothing approach, and right now they're still at nothing. These are the 5 key principles in my mind that most appropriate for a national framework. I stole these from a fellow partner at my firm, former DOT Secretary Rodney Slater. I think he's a brilliant man, and he and I have worked on this presentation before on other issues, and so I think they're tried and true. And also, I think that these principles help in identifying, again, what's the appropriate federal role? Where among these principles can the federal government act, and where is it most appropriate for them to act, perhaps where others cannot act? And I think that US DOT's role as a safety regulator, I think that's pretty clear. I think it's well established. It's their reason for being. But what does that role mean? We know in commercial aviation, US DOT, the federal government, regulates everything. Literally, the blood in the veins of the pilot is regulated, drug and alcohol testing, to the airspace in which the planes travel, to the flight attendants, there's hours of service requirements, to the planes themselves, the manufacturing of it. All elements of commercial aviation, highly, highly regulated because of the risk there. You look at something with less risk, obviously it's regulated to a lower degree. Commercial trucking at the federal level, there's drug and alcohol testing, there's federal driver's licenses, but all the rules of the road, all the traffic, that's regulated at the state level. So there is this risk-based matrix that we use. And probably the best analogy is NHTSA. They play a very important role here in ensuring the safe design and manufacture of vehicles. You know, and then the states regulate licensing, driver licensing, insurance, et cetera. So why isn't that just a perfect model to adopt here, right? It works very well with passenger vehicles. It isn't quite working here. That's one of the struggles that Congress and DOT are facing. One of, I think, the struggles on the congressional side is with federal legislation. You know, it can't offer a nationwide solution. It can't offer a very definitive solution, so it does provide certainty. But the minuses are, the biggest one, it's a slow and cumbersome process. You know, it takes years to develop legislation. And right now we're in a situation where, you know, AV technology is rapidly evolving. Congress is terrified of looking stupid and getting it wrong. They're terrified of looking out of date, so they're terrified to do anything that's too specific. They're looking at broad principles or else nothing at all. So it's a bit paralyzing too for a government, you know, official, for a member of Congress to try and impose legislation and be helpful in a technology that's evolving so quickly. Okay, first principle, ensuring public safety without hampering innovation. Excuse me, again, rapidly evolving area. Clearly, this is a universally shared goal. It is an area where DOT and the federal government has regulated before, but what's the best approach to do that in? You know, I mentioned before that the drawbacks with federal legislation, it's slow and cumbersome, it's a mandate. So I think that collaboration is probably the way to go here, voluntary standards. And if there's strong industry support around those voluntary standards, I think they can be effective. We've seen this back in the Obama administration. Secretary Fox was able to get an agreement with 18 major automakers, around 90-some% of the industry, for a voluntary standard for automatic emergency braking. And they were able to get that standard in place probably 2 or 3 years before they would have been able to do that had they done it through rulemaking. So, you know, that's one approach to moving forward, is a more voluntary approach. Next, understand how cities and work are going to be shaped by autonomous vehicles. I think this is something that Greg covered very, very well. So I just want to hit on one observation in my mind, which is kind of I call it the arc of the discussion on this subject, on cities and autonomous vehicles. Several years ago, I did a CLE, continuing legal education training, for a bunch of in-house attorneys at a major automaker who were in the AV space, starting to do some testing, and I asked them, you know, how is this working in the cities? How are you being received by the cities? And they were surprised even to get the question, you know, because it's tough for some of these folks, these traditional automakers. You know, they go from a mode of a manufacturer, where my closest relationship with the end customer is with my dealership, to now you are an operator. To the extent you're testing, to the extent the first deployment of these is going to be through robo-taxis or TNC's commercial service, you are an operator, you're not a manufacturer. So that is totally new for many of the players who come from a traditional automaker background. Then 2 years ago, I think kind of the conflict peaked in my mind. We were hearing things, you know, trade publications were saying things like federal government was letting AV companies run wild in cities. And then so AV companies pushed back and said, you know, we can't run wild, we can barely operate, you have crappy roads. So it was, you know, it wasn't good, it wasn't effective. And so, you know, Congress was saying, what can we do, how can we solve this? And again, it's not really a place for Congress to act within a city. So they did nothing, I think, probably mercifully for us now. But recently, in actually January, I held an AV panel back at the firm in Washington, D.C., and there was a very smart woman from the National League of Cities who spoke, and she said, listen, you know, AVs are not going to destroy the fabric of our cities. You know, they're not going to, you know, displace our own thinking on transportation, land use, parking, transit, who has access to the curb. First of all, they don't want it, and secondly, we're not going to let them. It's just not going to happen. The fears are overblown. So I think rational minds are prevailing. I think Chandler is a model for how to do this and how it works. And so I think we're back down on this arc here to a place where you know, the right issues are being considered and fear is being replaced by, I think, a lot more trust. And now encouraging government-industry collaboration. I talked about this a little bit earlier. Clearly, you know, autonomous vehicles, to the extent they operate, you know, as TNCs or as personal vehicles, you know, this is a regulated environment, and so clearly there's a role for the federal government here. So this principle is mostly focused on process, like how should the government and industry work together. From an industry perspective, in my mind, collaboration is a very, very effective way to educate your regulator. Educate DOT, educate at the state level, you know, educate Congress. You know, again, like I said before, people don't want to look stupid, don't want to get it wrong at the federal level, so get in there and talk to them. One of the things that Greg and I were talking about is how to engage on this. And you know, sending comments to the docket, vitally important, but just going to regulations.gov, uploading and hitting send, that's not enough. Go in there and talk to folks. Talk to the government agencies, come to DC, make a relationship with them. They will care about you, they will appreciate you, they will have empathy for your situation if you do that. So I think that's very, very valuable. And now for Congress, we think, how do they collaborate? They usually, I mean, it's not in the nature of legislation to collaborate. You require something, you forbid something, if you're generous, you permit something. But how do you encourage? There's a bright spot here. Congress recently released 3 small provisions of what may eventually be an autonomous vehicle bill, and one of them was for an AV advisory council. This is how Congress can encourage. The advisory council calls for a broad range of stakeholders to be on this formal federal advisory committee. There's whole laws governing how you can do this. It's provide information to Secretary Chow and any of her successors on, you know, some of the tough issues like cybersecurity, data sharing, labor and employment. So that's a way to collaborate. And also just mentioned that government-industry collaboration, I'd say, is the hallmark of Secretary Chow's AV 3.0 guidance. It seems to be her policy. She wants to encourage, not mandate. She wants to collaborate, not require. And she describes this guidance as the beginning of a national discussion on transportation innovation. So just one quick slide on this guidance. It's been out for about a year, so most people are familiar with it. I guess I want to talk more about the implementation of the guidance. I do want to touch on her 6 principles. To me, it's like the AV equivalent of motherhood and apple pie. I'm not sure what they get us, but it certainly makes clear, you know, her mindset that she brings to this. Prioritize safety, stay technology neutral, modernize regulations, encourage consensus, proactively prepare, and my very favorite is enhance Americans' freedoms. You know, how do we work with this? But this is her approach. She's very clearly, she is hands off on this. She, again, is afraid that any prescriptive efforts will hamper innovation, and she views the 94% of accidents that NHTSA attributes to driver behavior, not necessarily driver error, but driver behavior. She views AVs as holding great promise to address that. Her safety is her highest priority, so to the extent she can drive down those highway fatalities through AVs, she's committed to doing so. The one specific act she took in the guidance is she basically read out the requirement within the terms driver and operator in all departmental regs to require a human. So it no longer needs to require a human. And since that, the past year or so, her departments, NHTSA, FMCSA, other areas, they've issued broad rulemakings, asking questions, what rules need updating, what's incompatible with automated operations right now, but there's been no specific agency proposal to change any federal motor vehicle safety standard. That hasn't happened yet. Okay, this one, I call these collateral issues, but they're dispositive nonetheless. You know, these are issues not involving the technology, but definitely involving the autonomous vehicle framework at the federal level. In some ways, these are the tail that wags the dog because they can and have, in fact, killed comprehensive AV legislation to date at the federal level. You know, I spoke of Child's commitment to safety, but it's a question of how does she realize those aims? She is going with the voluntary approach. This is her VSSA statements where she says to automakers, you don't have to reveal any proprietary information, you don't have to send DOT anything, but publish your voluntary safety assessment on your website, have a conversation with the public, she says, to build trust. So, you know, that's her way to deal with the public trust, public acceptance hurdle. Data sharing and privacy, you know, we've heard already today, there is enormous pressure to monetize all the work happening now up to, you know, commercial use of autonomous vehicles. So that's pressure on the data issue. Cybersecurity, again, was raised today, significant concern. Workforce impacts, again, another significant concern. All of these have been hurdles to getting an AV bill out of Congress. You know, Congress, for its part, has told that the advisory council, listen, these are tough issues, you fix it. You recommend something on cyber, you represent something on workforce issues. Chow is former Department of Labor Secretary under first Bush administration, I believe, maybe second. It said she's committed to addressing workforce issues, but it's outside of her realm as DOT Secretary, so we haven't heard anything then. And tort liability, that's an enormous issue, and that's one clearly to be addressed at the national level. That, I would say, I would just be optimistic, that solution remains elusive. That's a bear. That's a bear at the federal level. And one of them I just wanted, this is again, it's a collateral issue, but one that I think deserves particular attention, is avoiding, if not actively preventing, a patchwork of state and local rules. I talk about avoiding because this seems to be Secretary Chow's approach here. Last year, the House and Senate AV bills that didn't quite make it across the finish line, to some extent, they were similar. They provide for a very, very traditional breakdown of federal roles, basically in line with what NHTSA does right now. Is the design and operation manufacturing standard is federal, driver licensing, registration, insurance, emissions testing, that's all state and local. We thought that would get through, but it turned out to be honestly trickier preemption issue than we thought. I think because folks are thinking that the NHTSA model, the private passenger vehicle model, isn't necessarily equal to the AV model. It's been tricky. Not just because of the blurring of the driver and the vehicle, but I think, again, the blurring of the manufacturer and the operator. Are we closer more to like a commercial driving situation than we are to a private vehicle situation? So that's what's stymieing things at the moment. And also, Child's approach of, she's promoting consistency among state rules. Ooh, thank you. The thing is promoting but not demanding. Without legislation, I think you get in a situation where states like California, who are leaders in AVs and who aren't necessarily listening to Chow, aren't going to fall in line with her proposal to promote. And I just want to move now quickly to the last issue here is, what are the prospects for success on AV legislation? That's a question I get the most. And I think to answer this one, all stakeholders want something at the federal level. And the thing that they seem to want, everyone is asking for, I just want a level playing field. I just want a level playing field. I've never heard that phrase more than in the AV world. And so all look to Congress for that, but they all have wildly different definitions of what's a level playing field. Some folks, well, just about everyone wants definitive rules on tort liability, but they absolutely can't agree what those will be. All want some form of preemption, and again, can't agree on what that would be. Some folks want official amendments to all federal motor vehicle safety standards so that there's a common rule applying to everyone. They don't want the current process of where someone comes in and asks for an exemption to get special treatment just for them. And also in terms of a level playing field, the safety groups are thinking that there's so much focus on AVs right now that maybe DOT and Congress are losing sight of other very important transportation and safety issues like impaired driving. So I'm going to cut ahead to my last slide here. Right here, and talk about, to me the biggest hurdle to getting legislation, comprehensive AV legislation, is all the issues that I talked about. They haven't been solved yet. We still don't have consensus. So back to my original premise, who's responsible for acting here? Some issues are Congress's to solve. Tort liability, that's for Congress. Preemption, those are for Congress. So I think that Congress will act because they need to act. But in 2020, we're hyper-partisan. We have impeachment proceedings started yesterday. The environment couldn't be more hostile to compromise and more hostile to just good government, good policy. But nonetheless, my clients don't pay me to be pessimistic. I'm not going to be pessimistic, and I think before the end of 2020, we're going to get an AV bill.
Wow, both of you, amazing. Questions for the speakers? Oh, and I just have to acknowledge, she came in. We have with us Representative Mitzi Epstein who represents West Chandler. So thank you for being here, Representative.
Oh, thank you both. Very exciting. I'm especially excited to hear a bill from Congress by 2020.
By the end of 2020.
Okay. This is such exciting technology. I'm a computer systems analyst by profession. Anything that's technology is super cool to me. Wired is my favorite magazine. This is fantastic. However, it's my job to keep people safe. And so I constantly find myself in the position of having to tap the brakes on everything that industry is doing, even though I want to cheerlead. And so I want to offer this idea to you and share it because I like the fact that you offered one of the things business wants is state preemption, and I want to clarify that I understood you right. State preemption, because you don't want a patchwork of those state and local laws. The manufacturers are trying to figure out how do we fit all of those many different laws. I get that. However, just like business wants to be able to innovate. Don't tie our hands down. Don't let us innovate and figure out what's the right thing. And I want that to happen, but I want the innovation to be on both sides. I want that level playing field of regulation. So I, for instance, don't like even city preemption, and I talk to my Chandler folks about this a lot. I like hands off with cities, let them, because I think they are the innovators. So I think cities are innovators. Chandler is really leading the way on how to work with AV. And if we were to quell that, I think we would be quelling innovation. And similarly with state laws, if we were to quell that with preemption on what state laws may do, you may be quelling the innovation of one local or state area may come up with a great regulation. Boy, that keeps us safe. So I want to make sure I understood your ideas about preemption, right? Is that?
Sure. The notion, I think, that was floated somewhat successfully in the last House and Senate bills was that in AVs, the level of, it's not preempting all laws. It's like, where do you divide the line? Where's the lane between what the federal government can do and what states and locals as a monolith can do? And the federal government in private passenger vehicles regulated the vehicle itself, not the operation of the vehicle. You have to have windshield wipers at 2 speeds. That's a federal standard. You have to have a rear backup camera since like 2016 models. Your brakes have to stop the car at a certain time. Those are all federal standards. Folks who test right now autonomous vehicles, all my clients, they're determined to meet those standards. And we look how many folks have asked for exemptions from those standards. Very few. Congress keeps offering more exemptions. I don't hear folks in the industry demanding that. They're not looking for that. Give me a standard set of rules. In terms of liability, their lawyers say, at least with my clients, they say, you meet the standards, you work within the standards, because I'm terrified of liability if you don't. So that's the federal area. That's what feds want to control. They're not, and it just, to me, in my mind, it would be tough to have, different, this is an obvious example, different braking standards in different states. How would that possibly be implemented when vehicles travel in interstate commerce? So it's more of where you draw the line on responsibility. because there's some areas the feds will never touch. They're never going to touch operations.
And just to build off of that, so in my previous work, I was doing a lot of work with local governments, and I understand where you're coming from, and it is a hard balance trying to figure out how do we empower these communities to be able to make sure that they're making choices that support their environments, while also not hindering the innovation or causing a just totally complicated scheme, where then the innovation gets hurdled, or you create an environment where only certain communities are going to have the technology, and maybe the ones that most need it are prevented from having it. So that's why I really like the idea of regions. I know we have Maricopa Association of Governments is here represented, going to be speaking. You know, this technology still is in its early deployment phase, and there are different hurdles across the country. You think about the Northeast, there's snow. You think about here, there's not as much snow, but there's very extreme weather. So there's a way to think about how can we do this at least at a regional level and to maximize the deployments, and then maybe that's a potential middle ground between the discussion around preemption. And do people know what preemption is? I think we take for granted that word. So that essentially means that the federal government right now in the bills that Patty talked about has preemption language saying that the federal government is going to control any sort of regulatory issues related to a certain issue, and states and local governments cannot issue any laws that are contradictory or do not match those federal laws. And again, going back to your comments around Congress, my biggest fear right now is we're trying to regulate something we don't understand. So how do we figure out a way to promote more deployments in communities? And I mean, me personally, like, I would not rely on the federal government for funding right now for all the reasons that you just talked about. And instead, I mean, that's again why this is such a great conference and such a great model here. You have new partnerships that are private, public, academic, that are trying to figure out how do we continue moving forward while we're in what's arguably a state of paralysis at Congress. And I think the way we move forward, rather than talking about regulations, is trust. And that trust is going to come from people feeling like the technology is safe. So how are they going to feel it's safe? They're going to experience it, and they're going to learn about it. And I know that you mentioned talking about, you know, making people sure that people use the technology safely in their vehicles. I think we need to make sure people even understand the capability of the technologies. And so there's new technologies coming on board thinking about how do we use simulations to educate people around the new technology, because this technology is very expensive to deploy. But how can we get people to experience simulations in environments? How can that then help educate the planning around our communities? One word we haven't even mentioned is interoperability. How many people got the Maricopa County emergency alert yesterday? How many people all have AT&T? And how many people have Verizon? But that worked, right? It went across carriers. Right now, a lot of the technology, if you start to bring in the word connected, and I don't want to get too complicated, but there isn't that common language. So how do we deal with those important foundational issues to think about interoperability? And again, I think that gets to trust, and experience in consumer education is going to be a big part of that. And then flexibility in the regulations is going to be a big part of all this too.
We do, yeah, we've got a couple more.
Thank you very much. Jeff Bishop with Exponent. I'm curious about I just heard about a Senate hearing scheduled for November 20th. So I wonder if you have any insight, first of all, on that, and what they're planning on talking about, who they have speaking. I'm also curious about, for the VSSAs, the Vehicle Safety Self-Assessment, and the FMVSS, Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards. Do you have any insight on which part of those is going to become remain voluntary, or what part might become actually mandatory, become part of the FMVSS, kind of subsumed underneath there?
I'll take the last part first. I don't anticipate at this time, any change to the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards beyond CHOW's interpretation of driver and operator to include non-human. There was some thought, the Obama administration had a provision out there of potential amendment to Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards governing, communications, agreeing on common communications protocol, or, are you going to use 5G? Is it going to be DSRC fighting over spectrum? you know, Chow's kind of paralyzed on that. She's like, I'm not acting, I am acting, I'm preserving the spectrum, I'm not preserving the spectrum, you know, I'm gonna fight with FCC, I'm not. So she's paralyzed on that, the one area we thought they would act on. So I don't picture any changes right now. But she did say in 3.0, to the extent she makes a new federal motor vehicle safety standard, she's going to do so very sparingly, and she's going to go performance-based. They're all basically performance-based right now, so there's no proposals out there for that. And then the hearing, I mean, I just read about it myself. It's going to be Robert Sumwalt, who's head of NTSB, and it's going to be the acting head of NHTSA, James Owens. It's going to be, it's written out right here. Joe Zabak from a policy director within the Office of the Secretary's Office. I'm not sure. It's going to be Senate Commerce Committee. This is a committee that's busy as hell with a lot of other things, including dealing with the 737 MAX fallout. That's kind of their big priority right now. It's a distraction. So I was very pleased to see that they're even having a hearing on the subject. This is the main committee of jurisdiction over AV policy in the Senate. They do really want to act, so I take it as a positive sign. You know, one thing with NTSB, they don't do any benefit cost analyses in their recommendations. They do, this is what's best for transportation safety. So they really, you get kind of a pure, unadulterated view of, like a parental view of do the right thing. So it's always interesting to hear what NTSB has to say. And what was the other question?
Those are,
okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And one interesting point there that I think it's interesting to think about is resources. So as you know, we have GM has submitted an exception related to being able to use a vehicle that doesn't have a steering wheel, doesn't comply with FMVSS, and then you have the company Neuro, which is actively testing here in Arizona related to grocery deliveries, and they don't fit neatly into existing standards. But those permits or exemption applications have been in process for 1 or 2 years now. I think it's 1.5. And so this gets to a resources issue. Are we making sure that the bodies that we're putting in place to develop standards or to review these applications have the resources and expertise that's needed? So that's the federal level. And I would hopefully encourage you all to think about this at the regional and local level as well. Are you rethinking your workforce and its needs that it might need from a verification standard? Thinking about, do these companies comply with any of our safety rules? Or do these companies comply with any sort of data sharing issues? Or can we be able to monitor code when you ask about cybersecurity? I mean, I'm thinking about a world where are we going to have people at the local level in law enforcement or even with the city monitoring the active interactions between devices and the infrastructure? And is there ways to rethink our workforce to doing it? And I think you're doing great work around that. And in one cybersecurity, the Auto ISAC is ISAC. Auto ISAC is a good resource, and that's where a lot of the private companies are collaborating voluntarily to deal with cybersecurity. So that's a good place to start.
Just a quick question. So I work with the Automotive Service Association, represent about 100,000 mechanics in the aftermarket. We work with a lobbyist. The big question and concern now is who will own the data of a vehicle? I know there's a best practices. This is a big deal. As it would relate to eventually allowing that data, we're talking 100 million lines of code on a new F-150. To give you perspective, you guys know 25 million lines of code maybe on the space shuttle. So we're dealing with a lot. How do we continue the flow of this data so that technicians have that information to be able to properly diagnose the vehicle? Thank you.
You know, very generally, I would say that to the extent that you can work within this goes back to like the government industry collaboration, to the extent you can work with an advisory committee like Auto ISAC or something that is, reach agreement yourself, work with Associated Automobile Manufacturers, something like that. Do not expect Congress or NHTSA to understand this and be able to tell you what to do on this. That said, NHTSA engineers are absolutely the smartest group of humans I've ever known. They're brilliant at what they do. But on something like this, you need to lead, you need to educate. The federal government can't get this right without your help.
And just to pick up on that, I mean, I think it's a fascinating issue. It's something that's become a very subject area that I've been doing a lot of research on the last couple of years. So I think it comes down to this whole issue of data. So much is being collected right now, but we don't know why it's being collected. And so I think it's going to be important to distinguish what data is actually needed related to the performance of the vehicle and to ensure safety of the vehicle, versus what data might be collected to gain more about the driver or user to potentially sell to third parties, to sell commercial products, or, I mean, I don't know, when you think about how this might operate in the future, if you think of a hypothetical subscription type AV that comes and picks you up, and if it's arguably free in exchange for being able to listen to your conversations, and then to give you targeted advertising, and hear you say, oh, man, I wish I had time to pick up my dry cleaning, all of a sudden you're at your dry cleaner, right?
So I got to pick up on that because there's a conversation about the $1 car theory where in the future, if a consumer says, hey, I'll buy it for $1, I don't mind what kind of data you're tracking. Is that a serious conversation?
I think it is. I mean, and that goes, you know, one of the things we were talking about in the slides that Intel put up, which I think is a great, you know, thought-provoking thing, is are we all going to own them, or is it going to be more of a subscription type model? So I could totally see the $1 user use case being in effect, but we need to give something potentially up. And there's a lot of things that we get for free right now, like Facebook, like Twitter, and it's trying to balance how much do people care about the information being collected, and what duty will us as potentially on the private side, what duty do we have to inform citizens of what data is being collected and why? And an interesting issue that we can talk about offline, because I want to complicate this discussion, but we haven't even talked about electrification and thinking about what does electric vehicles mean towards the future of auto manufacturing and sales, when you think about from a services perspective. And then that obviously goes into workforce issues as well. So, I mean, I had all those bullet points up there and I didn't even want to go into the quagmire. But again, we could have an all-day discussion around this, but we're hoping to learn from you all, and I welcome the chance to have conversations offline, and thank you for your question.
So I'm going to put Dr. Peterson on the spot, so you have to come on up here. He's my board member, I can pick on him. But one of the things, I would like you to talk a little bit about the innovation that you're doing with the cybersecurity component with Chandler Unified School Districts and the partnership there.
So I think listening to this conversation, you know, for me, I see these parallel tracks of work we're doing. So there's this theory, research, building, and then we have to actually do the infrastructure of how do we maintain systems and structures. That really is about our workforce. So what experiences are we giving students, how we're creating pipelines, so that we actually have individuals who are prepared to monitor. Some of the work that we're doing, Terry mentioned, is really trying to build those pipelines starting in the high schools. And so one of the things that we are doing with Chandler Unified School District is we've created a cybersecurity academy that starts in the 9th grade. That includes micro-credentials, industry certificates, and then into a bachelor's degree, and then transfer to currently the partnership is with the University of Arizona with their nationally recognized cybersecurity program. So I think that's just one of the examples as we're trying to figure out for students is how do we make sure that we have a workforce prepared to critically think through these issues and then to be able to maintain the systems that we build.
I think that's exciting. Congratulations. And I mean, even just thinking about the word education, so right now we still teach driver's ed or humans to be driving. Is that something that we should still do? Or we should be thinking about, we should still do that. We should still do that, but maybe we should also think about new mobility options and how to interact with dockless scooters on the roads, with more bikes on the road, with more pedestrians, and with autonomous vehicles that are going to continue to be deployed. How do we actually make sure what we're learning represents the ecosystem that's operating around us?
One other thing you had mentioned earlier about simulations and so forth. During the lunch break, you'll be able to, I know a couple of the different vendors out there have virtual reality, so you can put on some goggles and see what that experience is like too. So make sure that you do that. Let's give a big round of applause to Patty. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back and get our next panel up here ready to go. Thank you.
We'll get started. Thank you. Well, thank you for joining us. I want to thank the previous speakers for setting the table on our panel discussion, AV policy. They did a fantastic job of identifying the complexities of innovation versus managing the risks as we evolve into these new practices and new technologies. My name is Steve Murphy. I'm with Horseshoe Bend Energy, and I'm standing in for Terry. We're going to give Terry's throat a rest today. So, all right. Let me kick it off with an introduction of our panel today. Let me introduce Jeff Winiger, Arizona State Representative. Jack Sellers, Maricopa County Supervisor and State Transportation Board Member. Kevin Beastie, Deputy Director for Policy at the Arizona Department of Transportation. Is Ron up here? Okay. Is Ram here? Come on up, Ram. Okay. Eric Anderson, Executive Director for Maricopa Association of Governments. And Thad Miller, Associate Professor, Arizona State University. All right, Ram, come on in. Ram Penjala, Director of TomNet for Arizona State University. Well, we'll kick it off with a few questions here for our panel. The panel, please go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself as we move through the questions. And we'll follow up after the questions. We'll follow up with some audience questions if we have time allowed. So first question for you today is, how do policymakers foster an environment for AVs allowing for innovation without sacrificing safety? Where is that balance? Who'd like to kick it off for us?
Okay, well, I guess I'll start.
Thanks, Jack.
You know, I feel very fortunate to live in Chandler because Chandler's really become a leader in encouraging the innovation while at the same time recognizing that the primary thing that we get from autonomous vehicles and intelligent transportation solutions is improved safety. And that's really what it's all focused on. So we're also very fortunate in Chandler that we have companies like Intel and Waymo and General Motors operating that really provides us with an intelligence base to help us make some of the day-to-day decisions that assist us in saying how we can encourage this technology and really let everybody know that it's still a safe environment.
Yeah, thank you. Working in conjunction with Chandler and other cities, the state, I think, has taken a good approach, and it is still, there's oversight, but at the beginning, this is what I've worked on a lot down at the legislature, is trying to foster new technologies without the bureaucratic morass basically telling an innovative, intelligent company how they should grow and in what direction they should grow. I want that to happen naturally, but with oversight before we start writing the regulations. Regulations are going to come at some point, but and there still is oversight, but we need to get to a point where it's just kind of all clicking together. And there's a lot of other things that we do that feed into this. We had a 5G bill I ran a few years ago, which is allowing the quick deployment, and we even had the Arizona League of Cities and Towns endorse that. Instead of being caught up for 2 years trying to put in 5G towers and all these things that are going, or 5G boxes, that are going to help facilitate some of these new technologies, to do it in a rapid way so we don't get behind Asia and everyone else. Everywhere I go in the United States, and I think anywhere you went, if you asked somebody in the know what is one of the top 3 places for autonomous vehicle development, they're going to say Arizona. And we want to keep that going, and at the same time duplicate that with other technologies that stand on their own and that feed in to autonomous vehicles as well.
I think when we talk about safety on autonomous vehicles, I think we have to keep in mind, what are we comparing it to? Keep in mind there's 40,000 or so fatalities on our system in this country, over 1 million serious injuries. So I think the question is, how safe do autonomous vehicles have to be? Are we talking about 0 accidents, 0 fatalities, 0 injuries, relative to what? Right now we're killing a lot of people on our highways, we have serious injuries, and the social costs of that are gigantic. And so I think the question we have to ask always is, how safe do autonomous vehicles have to be? And I don't know what the answer to that question is. I think the other part is, before you can do regulations, you have to know something about what you're regulating. And I think given where we are in autonomous vehicles and technology, I'm not sure we know yet exactly what the appropriate regulations should be to ensure safety for our citizens.
So back in about 2010, 2011 time period, a lot of DOTs around the country and local transportation agencies kept hearing about, these self-driving cars are coming, they're coming. And a lot of us didn't know what, people were coming, legislators and elected officials were asking us, what do we need to do to prepare? And quite frankly, we didn't know. Are we gonna have to change our infrastructure? Are we gonna have to put sensors, no sensors? So around the 2012 time period, there was some bills at the Arizona legislature to have our motor vehicle division start rolling out rules for these companies to test and operate. And the wisdom of the legislature and with the conversations with a lot of people realized it was too soon. We didn't know what we were regulating. The National Academy of Sciences, they have a transportation research board, came out with an excellent paper on technologies, disruptive technologies on society and regulations, and they started, I think it was like with the railroad, and moved all the way up to the personal computer, and showed how these technologies revolutionized society, and there was a lot of fear and a lot of trepidation, but the rules and regulations came after, when we learned. When electricity was invented and put into society, I mean, tragically, things happened where we learned to say, maybe we don't mix electric wires and water together when people are around. So when you look at it from that perspective, we are moving in a direction here in Arizona, I think is a balanced approach to safety, because we're using what are we talking about? We're talking about vehicles operating on a roadway, and currently with individuals in the vehicles operating them. So we already have regulations and rules for that. How do we prepare for the next step?
The wisdom of the legislature.
That's right. I said wisdom and legislature, and no other word in there. Yep.
I'm Thad Miller. I'm a professor at ASU, and I just want to follow up on some of these comments, but first also just recognize that I don't feel great that we're on a mantle of all men, and so just wanted to address that head on, because there's plenty of women that I know could speak to this just as well or better than I could. I agree with most of what's been said, and I would just add that, and I think Arizona and some cities in Arizona, particularly Chandler and Tempe, are beginning to think of innovate for what. So innovation in and of itself doesn't have any necessarily good thing associated with it. It could become a fetish. Oh, we just have to innovate, but toward what end? Is it economic development? Is it safety? Is it sustainability? Is it innovation around less congestion? Whatever it may be. And I think some of Chandler's work points out what can happen when you think about what are you trying to innovate for. And some of our team's work where we're looking out across the country and looking at all these autonomous vehicle pilots that are popping up all around the country, and with the exception of a few, there isn't a really good policy framework around those innovative pilot programs. It's just sort of let's be innovative and let autonomous vehicles on our roads, which may have some benefits, but the cities aren't necessarily doing the thinking, okay, how are we tracking the outcomes of this? To what extent is it increasing safety, and how can we work with the companies to make sure that it provides safety benefits throughout our system? And so I think there's a lot more work that can be done to making sure that it delivers both market and public benefit. And I think Arizona is better positioned than anybody else to have that conversation across cities with the state as well as with the companies.
I'll just add quickly, I don't have a lot more to say. I agree with everything that has been stated. I think indeed Arizona and Chandler has been a leader in really kind of giving technology companies the space to try to advance these technologies. And the goal is really to improve mobility for all in a very equitable and in a way that benefits society and benefits all segments of society. I do think cities and states kind of providing that space to technology companies greatly benefits the advancement of these technologies, and I think a lot of other states and cities around the country have kind of followed Arizona's lead in that way. I do think it's important for cities to partner with these technology companies as they're coming in and experimenting and navigating the roadways, to partner with these technology companies and really have conversations, a constant dialogue that facilitates data sharing, being responsible partners in the community, maybe holding more community events to educate the public and be able to share that information so that there is a greater engagement across the community. And I think cities have a role in facilitating that kind of partnership, so being good citizens in the communities that they're navigating.
Thank you very much. Fantastic, gentlemen. Thank you. The second question is probably a great question for Representative Winter here to lead off on. Representative, how do policymakers prevent a patchwork of burdensome regulatory environment, and how do you see the hierarchy of decision-making and policy authority playing out?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I am a former council member, and so there's this line, and the question is always, where do you draw that line between local control and things that are in the entire state's interest? A few years ago, dealing with smoking and whether it was legal in restaurants or not was kind of my first foray that I saw, what can happen when you have a patchwork of regulations on something that rises to that level. I think this is one of those issues that you need, a universal kind of rule or laws or governance over these kinds of things. 5G, as I mentioned earlier, was another one. We can't slow an industry and something down so much that they have to go out and get 90 development agreements with 90 different places that takes 2 years to do. So I think this is a good one. I think there's going to be more micro things that come up as the technology evolves, that there might be room for more local rules and stuff. But for right now, I think we've made a good framework that basically the state is kind of having the governance over it right now.
Yeah, and I guess I would just add to that, that one of the complicating factors in this is that the technology that we're dealing with here in a lot of cases is proprietary. But it's encouraging that I've seen folks like Intel working with ASU, DPS, and ADA and others saying we need to have a logical technology framework that we can all work towards, rather than having a whole bunch of different standards developed in different areas that then makes it a real complicated mess to have any kind of logical enforcement.
And ADOT has been advocating both nationally and I guess locally on kind of keeping the current framework when it comes to motor vehicles, having the federal government have standards for the equipment, the vehicle itself, and having the locals in the state on how that vehicle operates on our system. I think it's worked very well for a long time, so you don't have these patchworks. Eventually industry, just like the automobile, is going to coalesce around system standards, and that's how it's been since the automobile became a mainstay in America, and I see that's how it's going to continue. It gets a little murky when states regulated the driver, but now the system is the driver, so there may be a little bit of gray area there. But there's going to be a lot of public policy discussions on how these vehicles operate on the roadways. One of the ones that have come up is, can I put my child in it and send it to grandma's house, right? Because we currently have laws on the books that you can't leave a child unattended in a vehicle. So there's plenty of things for us to talk about public policy-wise as this technology evolves. But I think the current framework works well, and we need to kind of preserve it as best we can.
Just to add one other thing, the risk profile of the private sector and the public sector are quite a bit different. The public sector typically is very risk averse, and when we're talking about new technologies and the kind of testing we're doing, faced with that, I think the typical public sector entity is going to see that as a very high risk venture. Private sector, that's their job. I mean, they take that risk there, and so I think what it really means is you have to have, probably in a maybe unique circumstance, a very high level of collaboration between industry and the government now. And I think that's different than what we've seen in the past. And because I think the industry really has to take the lead in talking about the risks and in a very frank manner. And so once again, that's a different kind of conversation than we typically have. And so it's not, I'm going to regulate you. I think we really have to have that partnership between industry and the public sector to really make it effective, and so the regulations don't get in the way of good technological innovation.
Fantastic, thank you, appreciate that. Our next question, Supervisor Sellers, we're going to ask you to kick off this question. What sort of infrastructure and pay models will have to be adapted?
Yeah, I don't know whether that's a question for Supervisor Sellers or Chairman of the State Transportation Board Sellers, but
your option.
As some of the earlier speakers talked about, this technology depends on being able to recognize things. And so that requires us to probably be doing a better job on maintaining our infrastructure than we are today. And one of the things I've been preaching everywhere I go is that, I'm so proud of the fact that I represent the fourth largest, probably the third largest county in the United States that has been the fastest growing county for 3 consecutive years. But I worry that our quality of life is not sustainable unless we're willing to start investing in our infrastructure. And from my perspective, the way to do that is to try to tie that as closely as possible to people that are using the infrastructure. So something like what Representative Noel Campbell worked on last year, and I think he's working on something new again now, that talks about tying or changing our fuel tax structure to better pay for, because right now, in my estimation, fuel tax is a misnomer. it really is a user fee, and it's not even paying for maintenance today. In our statewide system, we have extreme maintenance problems. And so we really need a statewide solution. And so having something that really is tied towards use, and people say, well, yeah, but you know, with the increase in electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles, isn't that a short-term solution? And I think we heard from earlier speakers that, you know, I think 2% of the vehicles that we have today are electric. And it may be a short-term solution, but let's use that as a solution while we figure out a long-term solution. Anyway, I guess I'll quit preaching and turn this over to someone else.
Yeah, so I would just add to continue the conversation that this is in part why, you know, our team, I think, originally got interested in autonomous vehicles, is that, you know, what are the risks and benefits of these emerging technologies and thinking about these larger urban infrastructure systems. And so, you know, how infrastructure needs to change over time because of, or as a result of autonomous vehicles. I think if you look back at the advent of the automobile, you know, over 100 years ago, streets were not for the automobile then. Streets, like, it had automobiles, it had bikes, it had, you know, fruit sellers, it had people, it had horses, you know. And over time, to make it safe, right, streets became more and more about the car and less about people and other modes, right? And the most extreme examples of that you see in the Sun Belt, right, where, you know, our infrastructure is for cars, right? And that's in part what makes it so attractive to test autonomous vehicles here, because there's a lot less sort of conflicts between other modes than you would have in other cities. And so I think if you look forward over time, it's not, you know, just how you think about this one technology and how to make infrastructure fit it or how to make infrastructure more amenable for it, but to what extent is, with all the suite of emerging technologies, AVs, rideshare, you know, e-scooters, whatever, how do you use this as an opportunity to rethink infrastructure and rethink how you move people and things around, right? Does it open up like, oh wait, maybe we can have pedestrian-friendly zones because people are moving around differently, and you can use autonomous vehicles to move people around, like the Ollie out front, right? That helps you, I think of different ways, different configurations of infrastructure and how people, bikes, autonomous vehicles, autonomous shuttles may or may not be using it.
You know, Thad was talking, you know, when the automobile first hit the road, you know, there were red flag rules, laws that you had actually had a safety driver or safety operator out in front of the vehicle with red flags to make sure he didn't hit anything. So once again, you know, we've been in regulation for a long time here. But I just want to share one story. When Waymo first landed here and started their testing in Chandler, I had an opportunity to talk to some of the Waymo engineers. And I asked him specifically about public infrastructure because, as we know, I'm in transportation planning for the most part, and there just isn't enough money to do the kinds of things we need to do for basic maintenance, let alone the upgrades that might be necessary if autonomous vehicles are required to have certain kinds of infrastructure installed. And the engineer said, look, we understand kind of where the public sector is, not just here, but nationally. And our technology, we're building it so it's agnostic relative to the infrastructure. And I think that was a really good approach because, once again, we have trouble with basic maintenance on the system today, let alone installing infrastructure vehicle type technologies. And once again, I think we're going to have to look at different funding models. That's where the public-private partnerships come in to help with some of that technology installation in the future too.
I want to just quickly speak to, you know, thinking about funding models and user fees and so on. You know, as these technologies become increasingly present, I think it really opens up opportunities to think about mileage-based user fees, you know, kind of more as a pay-as-you-go model. If you see a lot of, you know, things we're doing, people are increasingly adopting and accepting of pay-as-you-go and user-based fees as opposed to some of the other models. We do that with a lot of our other technologies, and now we actually have the technology. So I'm in the School of Sustainable Engineering and the Built Environment, and across the schools of engineering, we're developing these technologies where it's very possible to actually monitor, track, trace, and be able to do pricing that is sensitive to where you drive, when you drive, what type of vehicle you drive, so make it actually responsive to all of those types of variables. And of course, there's concerns with regard to privacy and what's going to be done with all of that data, and there's a lot of tracking that's going on. But again, I think that's an arena where some of our survey research has shown people have become increasingly accepting that there's a lot of sharing of data and there's a lot of disclosure happening even as we speak. In a world of Facebook and Instagram and so on and so forth, people increasingly recognize that their data is being somehow stored and shared and sold and marketed in various ways. So I think people are becoming increasingly accepting of those alternative potential paradigms that we can really leverage, and I think this technology opens up opportunities to do that.
Yeah, I'll just quickly, as a representative for a state agency, I don't wade into funding that often, but I try to educate people a little bit on the fact that when it comes to transportation funding, if you think about it over the last decades, a lot has been riding on a gas tax, right? We've been funding a lot of modes based on the gas tax, and as that gas tax has not been increased, has not, at least federally, has not been changed since, I think it was Ronald Reagan was president. So the pressure of that, the pressure of increased gas mileage, right? Vehicles are getting way higher gas mileage. You throw in alternative fuels, you throw in inflation. There's a lot on the back of a gas tax. And if you just think of it as an individual, there is nothing in this room, there is nothing on your person, there is nothing that you have that did not come in on the transportation system. So even if you never leave your house, you don't own a bike, you don't own a car, you don't walk anywhere, you don't need infrastructure. You need infrastructure because everything you have on you, everything you consume comes in on the transportation system. So it's incumbent upon all of us to look at it through that lens, not just, well, I ride a bike, I just drive, I don't need bike lanes and all that, because we hear that. We need a system, we need a funding mechanism, we need to treat transportation for what it is. It's up there with education, it's up there with healthcare, because if you don't have a vital transportation system, none of that, you can't access schools, you can't access medicine, you can't access what you have on your person right now.
I'll just follow up with a look at a little bit different type of infrastructure. Mayor Harkey's here, and if you look at what Chandler did, I think they tweaked their parking standards a little bit, and that was kind of with the whole ride share, but I think this further gets further proliferated with autonomous vehicles, where your parking standards might be different. You have less of a heat island effect because you don't need as much concrete, as much parking. Maybe a company doesn't have to build as big of a garage because they know a certain percentage of their people are going to use rideshare or autonomous vehicle rideshare going to work. So I think there's, and then there's a whole lot of things that we haven't contemplated that will come from that. So I think there's infrastructure advantages with these sort of technologies as well.
Thank you very much. That was one of the best descriptors I've heard of the benefits of the transportation infrastructure. It essentially delivers everything.
I didn't make it up.
It was outstanding. Very well done. Thank you. Director Panyala, I'll direct this question to you. Who should have access to AV data and for what purposes? And there's a second part. How do you see the liability issues in this area going forward if a car or company gets hacked?
That's the big question, right? So, addressing the first question about the data, again, I think that these are partnerships that should emerge. So when you think of public-private partnerships, I do think about government, academia, and industry working together, sharing data, sharing best practices, and trying to continuously advance this technology in a safe way and in a very equitable way so it improves mobility for all, which is actually the theme of our transportation center. So I think this data should be shared. I mean, of course, the devil's in the details, right? It's exactly what data is to be shared. So do we need individual trajectories of all of the trips that are undertaken? Perhaps not. But perhaps there is some safety data that needs to be shared, that public agencies should be able to have access to, so that they can make the necessary adjustments in terms of policies, infrastructure systems, in order to ensure this technology can navigate streets very safely, and other types of data that would actually impact the public good. Perhaps data about me dropping off my kid and going to the store and things like that. That kind of data, perhaps not necessarily, but it also I think would be very interesting to know how many zero occupant vehicles are roaming around. The single occupant vehicle is bad enough, and now we might potentially have zero occupant vehicles. And perhaps every zero occupant vehicle trip needs to be taxed in order to disincentivize these vehicles just roaming around with nobody inside. So that is the kind of data that I think needs to be constantly shared, and the technology companies and public agencies can be, I think, great partners in enabling this technology to be deployed in a very sustainable and smart way. Coming to the second, with respect to risk and cybersecurity issues, it's really hard to say who's responsible, but I think the technology companies, the manufacturers, and whoever is building this technology has to continuously ensure that the systems are safe, and safe both physically in terms of operating in the environment, but also safe from a cyber standpoint in terms of hacking and cybersecurity. And they need to step up and take responsibility for that. But that's just an opinion, so I'm sure there will be others.
Yeah, and I guess I just add to that I'm somewhat encouraged by the people who know a lot more about this than I do, who are working on this right now, because I think it would boggle our minds to know how much data is being shared out there right now that we don't even think about. I go to Flagstaff and I get ready to, I go out and I start my car and it says, you're 2 hours and 37 minutes from your house in Chandler, and I'm going, how do you know where I'm going? But like I say, I'm encouraged that there are people that are really focused on this. I had an incident where I got to meet the cybersecurity folks at Maricopa County, and what an impressive group. So there are people that are very concerned about this, and like I said, I think that there's so much data already being shared and so much information already out there that it's important that people continue that effort.
Yeah, it's a little bit outside of the DOT's area of expertise, but our traffic planners, our road planners, have often said, we need this data, and I can see why. We want to be able to project and predict where people are going and build infrastructure for that. But for my understanding, what I try to do is I try to think, okay, well, is this a new problem? Is this something we have to address right now? Is this something we already deal with, and how do we deal with it? Because, I'm told my cell phone knows everything about me, where I am, how I'm doing. I mean, I can even open it up and it tells me how many steps I went. I didn't ask it to, but it knows. How many stairs I climbed. I have no idea how it knows that. That's beyond my recognition. So, it's something we as a society are dealing with currently with our technology. As far as cybersecurity, what I'm told from dealing with a lot of these companies, it's really not an issue until you have information coming into the vehicle. And we have that now with our newer vehicles. I'm told that apparently there are folks out there that can hack a vehicle just through the tire pressure monitor on your vehicle. All right, I haven't seen a whole lot of news stories about that, or people, storming the, GM saying, how dare you, you gotta do something about this. So my point being is, we're dealing with this as a society. We're gonna come up with solutions. We're gonna come up with ways to do it. The aviation industry has, so I think we just need to keep pressing on talking, communicating, and having dialogue, just like we're doing today.
I think on the information, it's kind of another one of those in between. When I sign up for a company, I understand that they're tracking my information. Facebook's free, and that's why you allow them to do that. Now, there are questions about, where do they tell you that they're doing this, and where do you check a box, and are they listening in on your microphone and then targeting stuff, and did you really have an opportunity to weigh out of that? But at the same time, it's a free service, and I would expect kind of the same thing with this. Where I think there'll get to be some disagreement is that personal data, and is that shared with governments and different things, or is it metadata, kind of like, if you're on Waze and you're driving somewhere and it's telling you a whole bunch of people have said that this is up there, it's not necessarily telling me, Jim Johnson, who lives down the street from you. So I think those kinds of balances, and you're seeing this play out now nationally, and you're seeing both sides of the aisle for different reasons kind of getting wanting to delve into this issue more and more. And I think it's one of those things that maybe it has gone so far, and you don't regulate it up front to kind of get things settled and see where they're at, and then you can come in and regulate it later. But yeah, I would make a big distinction between the personal and then the metadata as well, especially if it's going to outside groups.
A couple of comments. Number one, people have no qualms about letting Google, Apple, Facebook know everything about you. There was a conference a few years ago, and we're coming in autonomous vehicles, and a representative from Sirius XM was there and saying, well, we're tracking technology that if you're watching something on your television in your home, you get in your car, it can come up on your screen in your car. You also have customized advertising in your car, and they were saying billboards are going to go away because it's going to be personalized. And so we're already bombarded by pop-ups and everything else, and hey, it's been 30 days since you ordered your last order of cat food, you need to do it again. But it's going to be in your vehicle too, and obviously because it's going to be autonomous, you're paying totally good attention to what's coming up on your screen. Second thing I want to say is, from a transportation planning perspective, it's really important. We spend a lot of money, I'm talking millions of dollars, every 2 years to do what we call origin destination surveys of people. How do people travel in the valley? What kind of trips they take, trip frequency, trip length, where they live, where they're going, and all that. We spend $4 to $5 million every 2 years getting that information. Yet I can go on my Google account and know exactly where I've been. And so once again, these providers have the information that would be invaluable from a transportation planning perspective, but we can't get it. So once again, we're spending millions of dollars of taxpayer money that could be used to do other things.
Fantastic. Thank you. So our next question is a toss-up. What are some of the ethical dilemmas involved with AVs, and how or what sort of policies should be adopted? Go ahead, jump in.
All right, I'll start, since I was quiet in the last one, because good discussion. Well, I think the usual sort of entry into the ethical discussion is the trolley problem. How many of you have heard about the trolley problem? See a bunch of nodding heads, right? But, basically there's a trolley going down the track, and there's something blocking it, or there's people standing there, and you could switch to the different track, and maybe there's somebody else standing there or something blocking you. How do you choose? The trolley, or a group of people, or the school bus, or whatever it is, right? And that's just to say that there are ethics built into these systems, right? And so whose ethics are built in, right? What are the moral choices that are being built in to these systems? And there's some interesting research on the trolley problem where they basically posed a number of different issues, whether it's like elderly group of people standing on one lane of traffic. This is around autonomous vehicles, like a group of elderly people versus, you know, a father pushing a baby in a stroller. Like, which lane do you go into? Or like a wall versus the baby in the stroller. Do you, you know, choose the AV going into the wall or baby in the stroller? And I know that, you know, the companies have a lot of this figured out, but what was interesting about that is that the answers to those questions varied widely, you know, across the world and in different cultures. So these morals also differ, you know, depending on where you are. And so how do we think about that? And so that's, you know, so that's useful entry into the conversation. But then I think of it as sort of, you know, a bunch of concentric circles where you have, you know, the sort of brains of the technology, the machine learning, and what biases are, you know, hidden in there that are just accidental, that are just based on the limits of, you have, you know, X type of people designing a technology. And we haven't quite seen it within autonomous vehicles yet, but we've seen all sorts of other biases built into algorithms where, you know, facial recognition technology does not capture, you know, darker faces the same way it captures lighter faces. Well, it turns out that the people designing those technologies were all like white men, and so no surprise, that's gonna, you know, detect those, you know, more quickly and better, right? So to what extent and how is that happening there? And then I think one of the things that's emerged from the Uber collision, according to the latest NTSB, National Traffic Safety Standards Board, was that the system was not programmed to pick up jaywalkers, right? Where, you know, if perhaps those engineers had talked to somebody in the city of Tempe, you know, Traffic Safety and Operations Center, they might have told them that, like, hey, we have a lot of jaywalkers, you might want to think about building that into the system. And so there's obviously ethical implications in there in terms of, you know, how are you thinking about who's using the street, and how are you including that or not. So that's just with the sort of the smallest circle around them, the technology itself. And then as you get to deploying the technology, right, you know, we've talked about innovation, and I think it's really great and interesting that we, you know, are sort of testing these new technologies on our roads. But you know, if it's in your community, you're de facto part of this living lab, right? It's no longer in the laboratory in Silicon Valley; it's in the laboratory on public streets and neighborhoods. And I don't know that people got a consent sign formed and saying, "Oh, I'll agree to be part of this experiment," right? Because we have we have elected officials that make those decisions, right? But there is a sense of like, okay, how do we figure out that consent and public acceptance, especially if something goes wrong? Like, how do we think about that? And how to think about some of those ethical and policy dimensions. And then as you get further out, I think there's questions around, okay, who gets to benefit from these technologies, right? Particularly if they're used on public infrastructure, you know, and we're thinking about using them. Are these just for market, or we have massive issues around equity in our larger transportation systems that turns out the poorer you are, the higher percentage of income you spend on transportation, right? And what we've seen, at least from ride hailing so far in some cities, is that the jump in ride hailing actually decreases public support and public spending on some public transit systems. And so if a similar dynamic happens here, you know, it could be that emerging technologies may or may not make certain populations worse off, or certain populations get to use them and get the benefits from them first, right? And that's not to say that's, you know, I'm not putting this all on private industry at all. But these are ethical questions that emerge around emerging technologies, and it's not unique to autonomous vehicles.
Yeah, and I guess I just want to remind everybody that the most important thing from my perspective as we go through this, because we need to work through these ethical issues, but the most important thing to me is to keep in mind that the primary thing we're going to accomplish with autonomous vehicles is improved safety. You know, I flash back to a speech that I listened to Senator Bob Worsley a couple of years ago when he said 37,000 traffic deaths last year, and over 90% of those were human error. He said that's equivalent to having a 737 crash every day. He said, now, if I came to you and said, I have a solution that's going to stop 90% of those crashes, would you say, who's going to be responsible for the last 10%?
Yeah.
So, anyway, I think that's an important perspective. We do need to work through these ethical issues because they're very serious issues, but please keep in mind that the primary thing we're going to accomplish with autonomous vehicles is improved safety.
Yeah, and that's why ADOT is so involved in this for the past, I don't know, almost 9 years, I guess, is safety. I mean, it's very personal to us at ADOT. You know, my coworkers are out on highways every day working. You know, right now my family is out on either a local street or a system right now driving around. Well, most of them are in school, but anyway, today at least twice they'll be on the roadway. I'm on the roadway. I had instances, everybody's had instances of where, you know, human behavior has tragically touched somebody. So that's why we're involved. It's all about safety. We cannot ensure safety. I'll say it right now. We're not doing it currently with human drivers, but we can do everything we can to learn from tragic events and improve. And that's what we're all about. You know, early on, I was at like an AASHTO, that's our national event, and I was listening to a panel, and there were some ethicists from these like Stanford and Harvard. And I thought, that's odd, what, you know, ethicists, and it was exactly what they were talking about. You know, the whole trolley and how you design systems to be non-biased, and you know, I kind of thought about that, and I've talked to a few smarter people than I, and especially in the technology. You know, the objective is to not hit anything. None of the systems right now scan the audience and go, old person, 96 years old, doesn't have much time to live, child, 10 years old, has a whole life in front of them, calculation, hit 96-year-old. The point is, object ahead, not moving, avoid, you know, stop. So it's an interesting, you know, concept to go through, but in reality, the goal is don't hit anything that you're not supposed to hit.
I just wanted to really echo what's just been said about the safety aspect. Again, kind of putting my engineering hat on. You know, as an engineer, I love and have great faith in technology, and a lot of the smart people who are working on developing this technology in a very foolproof way. When it comes to ethics and the trolley problem and so on, we're really trying to solve the distracted driver problem. You know, the trolley problem is wonderful, and I don't want to diminish the ethics around that at all, but really this is about enhancing safety and improving technology to provide mobility and eliminate all of the human flaws that exist in the navigation task. And really, to me, the somewhat larger ethics problem that I think could be very real is surrounding data. So to me, this whole autonomous vehicle technology, it's certainly about transportation, it's certainly about safety, and all of those, and mobility, and it's also about the large amounts of data that's going to become available, and how do we ethically handle all of that data in a way that is beneficial to society. You know, so Eric Anderson was talking about the millions of dollars spent on travel surveys in order to really understand mobility patterns in a region, and now you're going to have all of this data available through autonomous vehicles and autonomous vehicle technologies. How can we harness that data to improve our infrastructure and planning processes? And perhaps there's an informed consent process where people can opt in to share their data, perhaps for a lower cost, you know, some sort of discounts on the rides and things like that, and perhaps reap some benefits from being willing to share their very disaggregate level data. And partnerships between the agencies and the companies should facilitate setting up standards in terms of what types of more aggregate level data that doesn't compromise privacy can indeed be made available to public agencies for planning purposes.
I would just follow up with, you know, the worst case scenario is something you have to consider, but you also have to come up with examples of the good scenarios. You know, autonomous vehicle, some idiot flips them off, doesn't get all angry and start chasing them down, and then accidentally hits someone else who's sitting off to the side. Hopefully they don't drive 10 miles under the speed limit in the far left lane, which I'm surprised that so many people don't know you're not supposed to do that. And the picture that I tweeted the other day that he responded to, where there was a Dodge Challenger with 8 mattresses tied to the top of it, strapped down good, I guess, but I mean, 8 mattresses driving down the street, and so I doubt the autonomous car is going to make a poor decision like that as well.
Well, and I guess I'd just like to add one other thing to what I said, and that is that, you know, some of the press we get, like the Uber accident that happened in Tempe, we need to understand that there's a huge difference between the technology level that was in that vehicle and the technology level that's in our Waymo vehicles and our Intel vehicles. You know, in my judgment, some of that was driver error because the person in that vehicle was depending on technology that didn't exist in that vehicle.
And I just want to add one other element that is continually jumping out to me in a lot of the smart city, smart technology discussions around some of these issues, and I think especially around smart mobility technologies, is that obviously, especially with the AVs, safety is the goal, but AVs at scale to make a dent in those numbers that we've mentioned is going to be a bit, and we already know very well what helps to reduce traffic fatalities and pedestrian deaths, right? And it involves asphalt and paint and moving that around and cement in some different ways. And so if we are really serious about that, yes, emerging technologies can help that, but there's also extremely mundane technologies that can help make a dent in that. We don't have to wait 10 or 20 years for that to be at scale.
A huge thank you to the panel. You know, this ethics question is a very difficult question. It always is. And thank you very much for discussing the risks, identifying the priorities, and some of the solutions to the ethics debacle. So thank you very much. With that, I think we'll call it a wrap on the questions. I do want to give the panel an opportunity if anyone has any closing remarks in regards to AV policy. We're more than happy to listen. Want to take some questions? Let's do that. We'll open it to audience questions. If you'd like, please line up at the mic and we'll field some questions. Thank you.
Come on, it's much better with you.
I go first. This one's specifically for Kevin. He said, don't ask me any questions. So you do have employees driving all over the state every day. What are you doing to ensure they're safe today?
So, it was funny, we use that word ensure safety. I've seen it I've used it in presentations and I've seen it on there. I wish we could ensure people's safety. What comes to mind is I was driving to pick up my daughter one night. It was a Sunday night, it was like 7 p.m. I was heading westbound on 60. I was about to get on the 60 when a trooper raced past me, got ahead of me down the ramp, and just seconds away, they took a wrong-way driver off at a ramp who collided with about 6 or 7 vehicles on the ramp. 7 p.m. on a Sunday. So I would ask you, if you were an ADOT official, how do you ensure that doesn't happen? How does somebody intoxicated beyond the other collision that killed a young couple was a half mile from my house on the Santan. And a grandmother with a grandchild in the car decided to leave a party highly intoxicated with fentanyl patches attached to her, get in the vehicle, drive the wrong way. So my point being is that we as a society, it's all incumbent upon us. We have to ensure that people don't leave our houses intoxicated, that people that are unable to drive for whatever the reason don't get behind the wheel. And when we are behind the wheel, it's incumbent upon us to act as we want others to act. And I am listen, I'm a hypocrite when it comes to this. Sometimes I'm the person who gets angry and you know, and aggressively drives around to get around somebody, and then I immediately think that could be my daughter who's just learning to drive in that vehicle. So I'll get off my soapbox, but it starts with whoever has the wheel in their hands.
I have a question. I think this is for Ram, the engineer, an engineering question. It boggles my mind when I think about the bazillions of gigabytes flying around in there, and that's a technical term. Bazillions of gigabytes. These cars are, so if we're just talking about a car, not even a truck or anything. So can you talk to me a little bit about how much of the information stays within the car, it doesn't have to be communicated out, and how much information must be communicated out, and therefore part of our infrastructure decisions and considerations has to be internet capability and communication capability. And 5G, boy, are we going to need that. So can you talk to me about that interior storage capacity versus outside communication?
Yeah, I must say that it's not exactly my core area of expertise, and there are lots of folks working on those questions. So a lot of this, so I think you're alluding to quite a bit of the connectivity and communications between vehicles, so B2B connectivity and B2I, vehicle to infrastructure communications as well. And so in a lot of those situations, you need to have connectivity. It's really not, at scale, it could be very large amounts of data, and so really it's you want to eliminate the latency, and that's where 5G, and of course there's a lot of talk around DSRC and dedicated frequencies to facilitate this connectivity, and hopefully we will have that dedicated frequency. But this is large amounts of data. A lot of it doesn't have to be stored. It is immediately processed, and whatever action needs to be taken is taken, and then it's just discarded. It is not actually saved. But there's some critical data elements that you probably do want to save in terms of maybe safety events or trajectory type data so that you actually have the navigation data. But anything otherwise is pretty much an action is taken in response to some data, something that is sensed, and then that data just is discarded. It's not necessarily stored internally.
And I think to that point, a lot of the autonomous vehicles, all the data is contained within the vehicle and it's making its own decisions based on the infrastructure it's looking at. But if you're using smart infrastructure, now you have something that relies on communication. And a very simple example of that would be you have an intersection that's being controlled as a smart infrastructure, and you have an ambulance coming from one side and a fire truck coming from the other side. How does the infrastructure know who to give the right-of-way to?
Next question.
So I'll try to keep this.
Please introduce yourself.
Sure. So I'm Elio Greco. I've been doing software design for 22 years professionally. So all kinds of stuff from Amazon to EDA software. I've seen how the sausage is made. A whole lot of tails and snaps in most of it. So my last talk at Southwest Cybersecurity Professionals Forum was actually titled Doomsday Machines, and it was a survey of all the lethal software bugs that we've seen leading up until now, from the Therac 22.5 to the recent Boeing issues. And it used to be under 100. The last 3 years or so, thanks to Boeing and Airbus, now we're under 1,000. The thing I want to address is, I guess, a little bit more of a comment is, we have this idea right now that disruption equals progress, and that's not true. There's a lot of disruptive things like earthquakes, tsunamis, etc., that are not progress, and those can also be human caused. And some of the stuff we talk about, I do agree with you that someday, these will be very safe. But we're talking probably 30 to 40 years in the future, autonomous vehicles will be way safer than humans. Right now, we're kind of guessing, especially here where we don't have reporting of disengagements. We don't actually know if these things are working. And anyone who read the new report, I think it was released earlier this week or into last week, the NTSB final report on the Uber crash, numerous problems, numerous severe problems with the way that system was designed. There were at least 5 ways it should have been able to avoid that crash. A lot of it was putting in things like a 1-second timeout. So if there's a problem, let's just see if maybe there's not a problem a second from now and be optimistic. And there were a lot of things like that that were really damning in that report. that led to that crash. And even disabling the inboard, the stupid sensor that was radar based that would have prevented that collision that was on the Volvo test platform. That was disabled during autonomous mode. So there's too much to go over here, but the last thing I want to say is we can build safe systems. We don't have to just let these things run rampant in the roads. There's a recent NASA built their launch pads 100 miles from anything anyone cares about, so when the rocket blows up, doesn't take a whole bunch of people with it. We do have test tracks in Arizona. I would love to see this stuff tested while it's in alpha stage, away from the public, because we do have decades of software engineering. We do actually know, if you look at DoD, the HACMS initiative under DARPA, we do know how to build systems that are extremely robust against just failure and adversarial threats. They've had incredible success there. Most software is not built anywhere near that standard. Calling it engineering is somewhat of a misnomer.
Thank you, Elio. I think we get your point.
Okay, so if I might,
I'm not sure there was a
I'm
question.
curious on the response there.
There wasn't a question, but
to go a little further, I mean, you guys touched on some of the basic issues. I guess the question is, what are the plans to go further and address some of these issues? Because there are a ton of details here. This goes a lot deeper, and I would like to see that discussions like this are a good starting point. But how do we take that further? How do we actually dive deep into the engineering level details that'll keep us safe?
I'm not an engineer, we'll talk to that, but, so, you know, the tragedy in Tempe, and again, anytime a life is lost, it's tragic, just as if it was a human. Now, there was a human behind the wheel, and we try to learn from those. I was a party on the NTSB investigation. It gave us an opportunity to go on the inside and look at exactly what happened and learn from it. Read the report, read the police report, read it in its entirety. What it boils down to, there's a lot of things that we're going to get recommendations. There's a meeting, I'll be in DC next week for as part of the team. But the tragedy of that is what we face on the roadways today. You had 2 road users that were not using the system as it was designed, and tragedy happens. Whether you're a pedestrian, a bicyclist, an operator, you have a responsibility to use the system the way it's designed. If you don't, bad things are going to happen.
Let me just say, I mean, I think, you know, a very fair comment, and I think it's a very good question about how do we test these technologies responsibly? To what extent are the software that's perhaps millions of lines of code being verified and validated? And again, there's, you know, this is engineering, we're testing, we're developing, we're advancing constantly. There's rapid developments in this space. I was recently spoke at an event where software verification and validation was a pervasive theme, right, in trying to make sure that this technology develops in a fail-safe way, but also in a safe-to-fail way, right? So no software perhaps can be absolutely perfect. Your computer reboots for no reason, right? So you have to think about, is there a way to also have a safe-to-fail? So if it does fail, is there a way to make sure that the outcome is not absolutely catastrophic? And again, the balance between, well, how much do you test out in the wild versus on a very controlled test track? Again, is very debatable. I mean, how much are you going to test in a very controlled environment with a test track? And you kind of start seeing, well, how can I transition into the wild in a gentle, responsible, and careful manner? And that's what I think is happening in Arizona. That's where we're at the forefront of this. And a lot of other areas are trying to emulate what's happening in the state. So, you know, I think it's a very fair comment, but I think we are trying to do things very responsibly in that arena.
Thank you, Ron. We have time for one more question.
So my name is Greg Rodriguez with Stantec. Thank you very much for your great comments and answering questions very candidly. So I want to go back to data. So in my work on data governance, I see 2 potential roles for data. It's the operational and planning part of all this that you've been talking about, but I think there's also a regulatory opportunity. And let's save the regulatory question for another day. But I'm glad you were talking about verification. So how do we ensure that data is accurate? If you're talking about infrastructure investments, related to data being received that arguably benefit private companies, and you're getting all that data from private companies, and that could be autonomous vehicles, that could be dockless scooters, that can be TNCs. How do you ensure that data is reliable? And I immediately think about the Volkswagen scandal, unfortunately, because clearly they figured out a way to game the tests related to emissions. So I wonder if any of your agencies are thinking about that as we think about data.
We're all about data because that's how we do our planning. So from a planning perspective, I can certainly address that. So we use multiple data sets, and so we buy proprietary data. We do our own survey work. We do traffic counts, and so we ground truth almost everything we do. And so it's really a combination of things. There's not one data set we use that say, here it is. So we have access to the INRIX data, which is basically probe-based cell phone data. So we have access to that. We just deployed a bunch of sensors on I-10 in the inner loop. So we have, these sensors pick up origin destination, so it knows when a vehicle enters that section and when it leaves and how it leaves. And so we're doing the same thing around the Broadway curve for I-10, getting ready for a $700 million construction project that ADOT's going to start here in a couple of years. So once again, the data is so important in terms of planning. And so with the Broadway curve project, we need the origin destination, who's using it, where they want to go, to design a travel demand management strategy. So when it's under construction and I-10 closes occasionally for that construction activity, we can provide people alternative routing so we know where they want to go. And so it becomes really important to us. So the data is extremely important, but we use multiple data sets to ground truth everything we do. At least that's the way we do it now.
And maybe to add additional layer, I think you brought in something that's interesting. You talked about INRIX. So you're using a third-party company that's collecting and aggregating the data. Is that a potential model for the verification?
I believe it is, actually. I think there's some of these proprietary data sets are very, none are perfect. A few years ago, we identified one data set that they, if they track speed over the speed limit, they limit it to the speed limit. That doesn't help us. We need the actual speed of that vehicle. So those are the kinds of things we have to work through from a quality control perspective.
I'm not a data expert, but I guess I would just say you would maybe model, if you're going to either pay or take information to a government on metadata or something to detect traffic patterns, that I'm assuming other companies come up with ways of verifying that it's true. I mean, if somebody subpoenas phone records to see if somebody made a phone call on Verizon, I'm assuming for that info to be valid that it's that they can show that their process of getting that data was. We have traffic cams, who I'm not a fan of, and when I was on council, I voted against them many times. And a lot of people complain about that data. How do you know that that's true? But the government facilitates and uses that to fine the citizens quite a bit.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. I want to thank our panel, a very broad and deep base of knowledge and experience that they brought to this discussion today. Absolutely fantastic. Let me thank Eric Anderson, Executive Director of Maricopa Association of Government. Thad Miller, Associate Professor with ASU. Representative Jeff Weniger. Kevin Beastie, Deputy Director for Policy at ADOT. Jack Sellers, Maricopa County Supervisor and State Transportation Board Member. And Ram Penjala, Director of TomNet for ASU. Let's give them a round of applause.
seat. We'll get started with today's presentation. Jeff, want to come on up? Wait, does Jill still want to? She can. She can join when she gets there. All right, everyone. Thank you. Great morning. So, moving on in the agenda, again, my name is Dominic Papa. I'm the Vice President for the Smart State Initiative with the Arizona Commerce Authority, and we're here to talk to you today. I think it's a perfect time to have this conversation because a lot of the conversation today has been about the challenges with the automated vehicle space, the opportunities, what's being done, what's not being done. And so I think this panel is a great panel to have at this point because the clicker not working, and that's great, because of what Arizona is trying to do, what the governor is trying to do to actually push this space forward. So we're here today to talk a little bit about the Institute for Automated Mobility. The governor established this institute with an executive order 2 Octobers ago, and it was really to help solve some of these major challenges that you've been hearing today and really help drive this industry forward. And instead of me giving a lecture to you, I actually thought it would be more interesting, so we're pulling an innovative audible. Look at us being innovative and quick on our feet. I thought instead of hearing from me, it'd be great to hear from some of the leaders of the Institute for Automated Mobility, why they joined, what they're working on, and how we're pushing this forward. So I'd like to thank my panelists for being quick on their feet today. I don't know if we quickly want to introduce who you are and your organization. Alex?
So I'm Alex Cardona. I'm a product owner in State Farm under our mobility and transportation area. Our team, which is over there, guys, say hi. Yeah, our team's over there. We're focused on automated vehicles, and so we're looking at all things insurance related and beyond in regards to safety, but also then how do you insure vehicles, but then also additional products related to lower levels to higher levels of autonomy.
Good morning, Carl Tyson with Arizona State University. So my work at the university is actually what we call corporate engagement, but it's really that link between the university and the outside world. And over the last little over a year, I have been focused on the mobility transportation space. So been part of the IAM really right from the launch in the beginning and have kind of worked in tandem with the folks on either side of me here as well as the Commerce Authority and kind of launching the Institute and in supporting our faculty in terms of how we're moving forward in the transportation space, looking for opportunities, trying to develop these opportunities with the private sector, and really, and also linking in not just ASU, but we are linking in the other universities, NAU and U Arizona down south.
Thanks, Carl. Jeff Wishart with Exponent. Well, I wear a couple hats I'll talk about. Exponent's a scientific and engineering consulting company, presence around the country, but we have our headquarters Menlo Park, but our biggest presence is here in the valley. We have a test facility up at Pinnacle Peak in 19th Ave with a 2-mile oval, and we do a lot of crash testing, but also getting into the automated vehicle space testing there. I'm adjunct faculty in automotive systems at the Polytechnic campus, and I'm also the chair of the SEE-B&B task force. So it's under the On-Road Automated Driving Committee. We are looking at different standards related to automated vehicles and how to move that forward.
Fantastic, thank you all. So we'll give a little bit of a baseline on the Institute for Automated Mobility. I think what's really exciting about this effort and where we have seen actually smart cities, smart regions fail in the past is when it's been an approach where technology is looking for a problem to solve. However, the Institute for Automated Mobility started with the problem, and I think we all have heard that problem here today, right? It's the lack of safety standards, it's a slow-moving regulation that is really slowing down this industry from commercialization and really hindering us from the benefits that we can achieve from this technology. And so our solution, what the Institute for Automated Mobility really is our approach. It's an industry-driven, government-supported, technology-neutral platform to drive the validation and consistent safety standards and policies that we do not yet exist. So you heard a lot today about collaboration and how collaboration is needed in this space. And so it's a public-private partnership to really help drive towards safety standards and commercialization of this industry. And so as you can see, here's kind of what the consortium is. Again, a public-private partnership that all of these individuals and organizations are members of. And I really want to start again here with, there's an opportunity, but this slide here to me says there's challenges that need to be solved, right? Some of these statistics that we've heard already today around pedestrian fatalities, vehicle crashes, and then there's also these opportunities for commercialization and R&D in this space. And so I'd love to turn it over to all of you right now, as industry members, as the university. Why did you think that the Institute for Automated Mobility was something that your organization wanted to join, and what are some of the key challenges and opportunities that you're trying to solve? Jeff, you want to start with you?
Sure. So Exponents, we learned about the Institute last year, and we really got our first introduction when we went for a US DOT grant. There was a demonstration grants, $60 million were available, and the IAM, our first kind of effort was to put in a grant for this, application for this grant. And it was the first kind of meeting for all of us in the AV ecosystem here in the state to get together, learn who's around, who's doing what, and where the expertise lies. And I think that from an Exponent perspective, we'd like to get more engaged with the state, more engaged with the universities, and more engaged with the ecosystem. So the Institute, the focus on safety was something that we feel very strongly about when it comes to standardization and automated vehicles being commercialized. So that was really what we wanted to do, become part of it, and the IAM really fit the bill.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to, I guess, start and pick on a couple of people in the audience here that I'm staring at right now. Intel. And so this really started in some work that was happening at ASU with Intel. And as that work really started to evolve, it really went beyond kind of the technology and the engineering piece of it, and looking at how this impacts mobility overall and the evolution of mobility and transportation. And so through that, kind of the IAM and the concept and idea behind the IAM started to come into being. And so for the universities, it's really, and Jeff used the word engagement, but it is really a way for the university to engage the private sector. And I also want to just emphasize something, Don, that you had mentioned. And what we're really trying to do with the IAM is focus, so it being that it's industry driven. So although we're using the research, we're using academic research in conjunction with the private sector, with people like Jeff from Exponent, but really taking the direction from industry. So this is a way for the universities to really engage in that and have an active role, but it also cuts across all these different disciplines, from the technology and the development of the technology, the integration of these systems, how it impacts urban development, to the policy and the legal components as well. And so we do have faculty from all the different universities, from all these different disciplines that are engaging in that.
Yeah, I'd go back to what Jeff explained in regards to the U.S. Department of Transportation grant. Specifically, that I think helped galvanize a lot of this public-private partnership, especially around a topic in regards to an initial readiness assessment. And so let me paint you a quick picture. For State Farm's perspective, we insure somewhere north of 40 million vehicles. We also handle somewhere north of 30,000 claims every single day. So when you start introducing non-licensed unmanned vehicles into that equation, what does that look like? For us, in transferring risk or mitigating risk, you have to think of, for us, that if someone comes to State Farm to look for insurance, we rely on the motor vehicle department or division to make sure that they were licensed, that they passed some kind of vision test, they passed some kind of written test, they passed some kind of driving test, right? And so what we were really interested in this discussion, this value proposition, is to say, what's the equivalent of that for a vehicle, right? right? Not just because if they were insured with us, but to say if they were involved in an accident with one of our State Farm insured policyholders, how do we not only evaluate that this vehicle was ready to be on the streets, but safe enough to be driving, and that they had an equivalent test to say that perception, control, planning was all equivalent to whatever a 16-year-old has to do to get their driver's license on that. So that's a practical piece for us, but I think it's a practical question for all of us. If you were to order, let's say, a Waymo or Uber or Lyft to come and pick you up, and there's no driver there to say, well, currently, the current model, the system for Lyft is that you assume that they validated that person is legally able to drive here. But if a robo-taxi comes up, who has validated that? And where are you assuming that risk, and where are you transferring that risk to, right? You're going through that assumption. Think of it on the other side of it, for if you're trying to investigate a claim, for us, if we don't have anyone to talk to validate what happened in that accident, it becomes very difficult to understand what they did through it. So I think that's a piece that for us was very interesting from a standpoint of also thinking through police officers. If they have to go up to an accident site, what happens to that vehicle? What happened in that situation?
That's fantastic. Thanks, Alex. And I know, it's a quick panel, short on time, so I want to jump right into what are we doing, because this was built as a do tank to not sit around and just talk about what's going on in this industry, but actually get out there, put rubber to the road, and actually start to test these things in the living environment on a test track. So the Institute for Automated Mobility has 4 key areas of focus, and I'll have the panel kind of talk about each of them. So one of the areas of focus is what we're calling the Implementers Forum. And Jeff, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
So the way we kind of see regulations happening, and we obviously believe that regulations are necessary in this space, is best practices lead to standards, which lead to regulations. And we've seen in the industry there's a lot of reluctance to share data, reluctance to share even best practices. How are they, the VSSAs, if you've seen these documents, they don't give a lot of detail, some flowery language, not a lot of, there's no data. There's no way to really make an assessment of what they actually did to ensure their vehicles are safe to be on public roads. So the idea is to create a implementers forum, so people who are actually developing this technology to come into a safe space with a trusted facilitator in the middle who can take in the best practices that these companies are implementing and anonymize those, synthesize them, and then come up with what we determine to be the best practices. And then we disseminate that as an institute kind of product deliverable. So we think that the Implementers Forum is an important way to bring industry together and get out some of the best practices that are needed to create the standards.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think that there was some conversation today on do we wait for the feds to develop these best practices, or do we start to kind of innovate as our own state, as our own municipality? So I think that's a perfect opportunity to show that Arizona's not waiting. That we don't want to mandate, but we want to try to lead in these best practice areas. So the next one, and maybe Carl, you can touch on this from ASU's perspective, is the directed research within the IM and how that works and how that's driving us forward.
Yeah, sure, thanks. I would say the directed research piece of it probably is it's certainly right now the largest piece of this. And Jeff and Alex both mentioned a Department of Transportation proposal that was worked on earlier this year. So kind of in conjunction with that, we were kind of developing the process of how we're going to move this forward. But the idea behind the research piece of it is industry driven. So the members of the IAM at a top level are identifying kind of the focus, or we might say the thrust. And really that has been focused on how safe is safe enough. With that, then that trickles down into identifying specific projects and things. The work that we did on the DOT proposal really highlighted a lot of great areas, and we have initiated that. I think just about 2 months ago we launched our initial research project. We have an intersection up in Anthem, and we are looking at it. Jeff is actually deeply involved in that through kind of his ASU professorial hat. And that's really looking at identifying at a base level the safety metrics. And so as this goes forward, the idea behind that directed research is we will continue to do that on behalf of the Institute and looking to put forth the information and the findings of this, but also working with the member companies themselves if we're doing what we might call commissioned research, and that's very specific to the company itself, drawing from the expertise across, again, all 3 universities and the different members of the institute itself.
Great. Thanks, Carl. Alex, maybe you can talk a little bit about the third key pillar, which is this access to the statewide test network, and how you maybe foresee State Farm taking advantage of this as a member of the IM.
Yeah, I think the one piece that we've been talking about with the universities is that the test network overall is how do we run this research that Carl was talking about, but also what is it that we can all bring to the table. So I'll give you a quick example of that. Is that this censored intersection that we're talking about in Anthem is it has currently video that we could look at, but we're talking about putting in LiDAR in there and radar. And all those data points are very valuable, but they're only valuable if you can mix them with other data sets and create a data warehouse through that. So one of the things that we've been interested with this test network overall is thinking about, well, where else could we replicate that, and where State Farm has data points for that. So I'll give you a quick example of that. In Anthem, we've been pulling our claims data to say what kind of accidents are happening there from a claims perspective, right? But then it'd be interesting to pair all of that data then with additional data from traffic counts or traffic behavior to say that if you're looking at crash reports don't always result in a claim, and claims don't always result in a crash report. And so if there's a way to start tagging this data and building a more machine learning, artificial intelligence standpoint to this, is to say, well, if this is how humans are interacting with this intersection, then when we introduce, let's say, one of the Waymo vehicles or something like that, we can then identify how do they react or behave in relation to drivers. So are they driving like a 16-year-old male or a 70-year-old female? And those are very interesting data points that then we can extrapolate across different test situations and look at some of our more dangerous intersections throughout the Phoenix MSA area.
I might just quickly add to that, that we have, some of you probably know, we've got proving grounds around the state. So what we foresee is, I mean, Exponent has a test facility, but we can't do everything there. So what we want is a one-stop shop. If you're an IAM member, you'd have access, pre-negotiated access to different test facilities, like Exponents, like some of the other OEM proving grounds. But also you'd have these, what Alex was describing as the instrumented streets out there as well. And then a third kind of component of that is a open source simulation tool that we could use to kind of lower the bar for some of these companies that don't have the deep pockets of a GM or a Waymo to be able to engage and do some research here in the state.
Fantastic. And maybe Jeff will stick with you on the last one. I see a couple of our first responders in the room right now, and the last key pillar is a traffic incident management center. Can you talk a little bit about what that is and how that will provide resources not only to the membership but also to the communities?
Yeah, definitely. So one of the big things is how do these vehicles interact with first responders. We want to make sure that these AVs don't cause a secondary accident when they come onto a scene. Potentially there's a person from DPS directing traffic. We have to be cognizant of their vulnerability in that situation. So there's a unique partnership between ADOT and DPS that I think that from going back many years. So the Traffic Incident Management Center is a way of doing research that furthers that cause, that brings those organizations together with automated vehicle companies to see where's that connection, how do we make sure that both camps are kept safe.
Fantastic. I see we have a couple minutes left, so I just want to actually talk about what the IM is doing. What have we done? What are we doing today? And actually, where are we going to go in the future? I've heard some things about crowdsourced mapping. I think that might be on the radar for IM. So can you three talk about kind of what we've done, where we're at, what we're doing today, and maybe future efforts that you see the IM tackling?
I guess I would just start with that, and then I'll give to my colleagues here with our focus. I think we're going to be focused on the safety aspect of this well into the future, because there's just so many components of that, and the research that we just talked about launching is really, a tip of an iceberg, so to speak, with respect to that. So, where we take this into the future, I think, over the next year, what we're really looking to do is, get the word out there that, we are doing this, and to really, I think, coalesce around the IAM. There's so much good stuff happening in the state of Arizona, But we're not looking at it really just at and focusing specifically on Arizona, but we're looking to impact the national dialogue on this. And safety is such a critical component of that. So that's really going to be a strong focus going forward, well into the future as we launch additional research and we look for new sources of funding through additional memberships and other federal grant opportunities. And just as a quick example, there's a National Science Foundation call that is out right now around AI and AI institutes, and we are looking to pull together a collaborative group to go after some of that funding as well. So that's just one example of an immediate activity that we're doing.
Jeff, do you want to maybe talk about the metrics projects real quick?
So I think Carl did a pretty good job, but basically the goal is to, what are the metrics required to make an assessment of how an automated vehicle is navigating a given scenario. So there, you may have heard of the miles per disengagement in California. There's been some grumbling about that because you could drive on rural roads and not see anything interesting. So then you'd get a very good score according to that metric. So what this team has been trying to do is develop a set of metrics that we think no one metric will be sufficient, but a set of metrics will be used to make that, to build that methodology. So we haven't got to the methodology part, we're just picking the metrics right now. So we have 18 that we've identified at the moment. We've just submitted a paper to a conference, and we're probably a third of the way through the project.
Great. Well, I know that was kind of a lot of information. We started a little bit late, but I want to try to keep us on time. I don't know if there's any questions of the audience. We probably have time for maybe one or two. If there's any that we can help field.
This is more for the State Farm representative. You posed this question of who do you insure when there's no driver in the car? And I was hoping you could just elaborate a little bit more on how State Farm is trying to answer that question and really what this means for the future of the insurance industry.
Yeah, no, excellent question. That's what we tackle every single day through that. I think Joe made a good point earlier that you have to think of this in two markets, right? There's the robo-taxi fleet side of things, where it's more like a commercial fleet of how do you insure all of that. So you have to insure the actual vehicles that are driving out there that might be owned by Waymo, Uber, Lyft, what have you, Apple, right? If it's a subscription service, that's also similar to a fleet. But then you also then have to insure the people that are within it or the goods that are in it too. So that could be a combo type of thing, or it could be something that's separate from there that you individually pay through the fee of riding in it, or you're actually just insuring yourself because you no longer have a vehicle. The other piece of it is that if we all own, let's say, Tesla and Elon Musk's aspirational dreams of everyone driving his vehicles and they're all driving self-driving, and you have an individual one, is they're still going to have to be insured somehow, but they're insured in a different way. So is that more of a warranty, similar that you would have in regards to any other equipment that you have out there? Or is that more focused on the responsibility shifts back to the manufacturer, and how are they ensuring that that vehicle is actually safe through there? Since you're, to Jill's point, level 5, there is no steering wheel, right? So there's no expectation you could take over that vehicle at any time. So where's the responsibility bear onto that person who purchased the vehicle, or the engineers that created the vehicle through there?
Fantastic. Just maybe a closing thought.
I have another question on the same topic, if I can. So the issue that we are having is these robots are getting updates on a daily basis, like the Tesla. How do you distinguish between the car of yesterday and the car of today? And how do you make sure that they will drive safely? That is kind of the open thing that we explore.
Yeah, so that's a discussion we're having right now in regards to ADAS. I think the best example, recent example, is the Tesla Auto Summon feature through that. That was a software update. Right now, where the industry overall, not just insurance, is having an issue with identifying which vehicles have which safety features on them, right? So do you have forward collision warning? Do you have adaptive cruise control? Do you have automatic emergency braking? And a lot of that is focused on hardware. Hardware is fairly easy to identify through VIN numbers, right? It came off the manufacturer line with this set of criteria, these type of features, they were calibrated to this set. When we start talking about software, that's a whole different issue that we still have to address. And so I think we're playing a little bit of catch up in regards to what you're saying, because we haven't even really scratched the surface of how to deal with this on the hardware side of things, let alone how we're dealing with on the software side. And I bring up the Tesla one because we don't know who actually downloaded that, if it actually went all the way through. And I know if any of us are a good gauge of that, every time you get an update to your phone, are you automatically saying, yes, let's update that tonight? Or are you saying, well, I'll do it later, tomorrow, maybe next week? Some people don't ever update it because they don't want to lose that one favorite app. Imagine what kind of ramifications that has for a vehicle. And it's a safety patch, right? Cybersecurity or otherwise, to make sure your vehicle's staying safe.
That's great. Well, Jeff, I just want to be respectful for our public safety officials because I know they're on the next panel. Thank you, guys, again. Really appreciate it. I think maybe one overarching theme is the fact that these challenges are difficult, and these unprecedented challenges are going to require unprecedented collaboration. And the IM is Arizona's effort to put that public-private partnership together to solve these challenges, driven by industry, supported by government. So we're always looking for industry partners to help us drive these forward and help us solve these challenges. So feel free to talk to us about IM and how you can join. Thanks, everyone.
We'll jump right up there and introduce our next panel.
Thank you, Terry. Welcome, everybody. My name is Jenna Call. I'm the Associate Vice President of Community Relations here at Chandler Gilbert Community College. And while our panel gets seated, Terry was kind enough to let me give one little pitch. Dr. Peterson mentioned this morning how Chandler Gilbert's really connected to serving our local communities. And with that, next week on Tuesday, we'll be doing a ribbon cutting at our newest facility, Unmanned Aerial Systems, which means drones. So we have a drone program. Students can receive a certificate. They can be FAA certified to fly drones. We're working with some local police stations and police departments about policing through drones. We're working with high school football coaches who want to film every second of every practice from drone angle. So if you'd like to join us, there's cards around the table. We'd love to have you there. You can fly drones and check out the new facility. So with that said, let me turn the script here. Please welcome our next panelist, who will give us insight into what the City of Chandler is doing to adapt to the introduction of autonomous vehicles. You can see the program on chandlerchamber.com for their complete bios, but I'm going to let them introduce themselves, what they currently do, and how long they've served in their roles or served the city.
Good morning, everybody. David Delatorre, Planning Manager for the City of Chandler in the Development Services Department. Was recently promoted to this position, but I've been working in city planning for more than 20 years.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sean Duggan, the police chief here in Chandler. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Prior to coming to Chandler, I was an assistant chief with the Scottsdale Police Department for just over 7 years. So a little over 3 decades in the profession.
Good morning. My name is Tom DeWiggins. I'm the fire chief at the City of Chandler. I've been with the city for 22 years now, and fire chief for 3.5 years.
And I'm Matt Burdick. I'm the communications director at the City of Chandler. I've been in that role for a little over 5 years and been a Chandler resident for many more years than that. And prior to that, I worked at ADOT as the communications director at ADOT.
You could hang on to that. We'll jump right in. So the national media has dubbed Chandler as the self-driving capital of the world. Our panelists have worked firsthand with AV companies and in some cases were the first in the nation to develop changes to city policy to ensure success as AV and rideshare becomes the norm. Let's start with some background, specifically our relationship with Waymo, when they were first known as the Google Self-Driving Project. Matt, how did it happen that cars were first allowed on city streets?
Okay, so first of all, we've had a lot of discussion today on the federal level and the state level. As a city, we're not in a regulatory capacity. I mean, obviously we want to make sure our vehicles that operate on our streets are safe, but we're not in that same role. So our role really was to be a collaborator and facilitator, specifically working with Intel and Waymo as we've had self-driving vehicles on our roadways. So for our story really began August of 2015, the governor signed an executive order indicating interest in pilot programs here in Arizona. There was an opportunity in the region and Chandler pursued it. It was a nice nexus with a lot of the technology companies that we already have working in that space. We have a lot of companies, some of which are here today, that produce different components that support these types of technologies. So really for us it was spring of 2016 is when we started to have discussions with, at that time it was the Google self-driving car project, and they started mapping Chandler roads. Did that for a number of months. They had a community open house in August of 2016 that had somewhere in excess of 3,000 people that attended that over a course of a warm Saturday to learn more about that technology. So that's how it really began. I'll let our police and fire talk a little bit more how it's evolved from that point, but that's how it began.
Okay. And for both of our chiefs, I'm sure you never imagined you'd be dealing with driverless cars. Obviously, there may be some safety concerns and questions. Can you share with us some of those top concerns how were they addressed internally with your staff and externally with the general public?
Sure. As you can imagine, there were a number of questions, quite frankly, a lot of questions. And one of them, just a minute ago, the first question I had, and certainly many of my colleagues, was who's allowing this? How is this happening, and how is this being regulated? Who's determining what vehicles are allowed to be tested on our roadways? And as Matt indicated, the governor signed the executive order in 2015, and it stipulated whether it needs to follow, obviously, federal law.
Hold it all the way to
Needs to follow.
Your hand. Hold it at the top. Hold the mic at the top. There you go.
Okay.
Here, we can switch.
Let's switch it up here. Fire chief, I'm gonna cut you.
You gotta take it out.
Oh, see, turn that one on.
All right.
There you go.
So as Matt stated, we knew then that the governor signed an executive order allowing the testing of autonomous vehicles with stipulations. So obviously you had to follow federal law, had to follow Arizona state law, and how to follow Department of Transportation regulations and policies. So that put us at ease a little bit that there is an oversight body overseeing which vehicles are actually allowed to be on the roadway. The second question that many of us had simply was, how does this work? I had no understanding of the technology. So it was first Google, then Waymo. They did a really nice job with their outreach. We met often, especially the first few years, and just walking us through the process, letting us see the vehicles, letting us drive in the vehicles, and just getting a very basic high view understanding of the technology, whether it was the radar or the LiDAR, the range detecting, how it computes 100,000 calculations a second, how the vehicle can see 3 football fields ahead, and it's processing all of this information. So it's very impressive, and it put us in a better sense of ease once we got to understand just a little more about how the technology worked. But by far, the biggest question, and really, I think it was the first question that came to my mind, and I'm confident it's the first question that came to most police officers' mind, is who gets the ticket? So if there's a collision and it's an at-fault collision where the autonomous vehicle's at fault, or if there's an observed traffic violation, who gets that ticket? So obviously there's a big footprint in Chandler, but it is Waymo has presence elsewhere in the valley. And so we worked with the State Department of Public Safety to create protocols that would be used statewide to respond to those type of questions. So through the Department of Transportation and the Motor Vehicle Department, they helped create a portal that officers now can access when they do have a question. So all the information about the vehicle and the safety features, and certainly the fire chief will talk about that in a moment, but who's responsible, who's the registered owner, information about moving the vehicle, and having a number available 24/7. Anytime the vehicle is on the roadway, they have a fleet support person available to contact to answer some of the technical questions and some of the administrative questions as far as who's responsible.
Thank you. So from the fire department standpoint, probably our 2 biggest concerns, one was response. And when we think about the responses that occur in our community, whether it's PD or FD, we respond, our units respond about 40,000 times per year. And so our question is, what are these vehicles going to do? Right? We already know what the general public does and doesn't do sometimes, but how would these vehicles react? And so our concern was, will they identify an emergency vehicle? Will they pull to the right? Even to the point of if we are at a house fire or a building fire and we have hose lines across the road, how are they going to react to that? And so we spent a lot of time with Waymo. I think it was an 8-hour day that we actually tested with their vehicles all of our different units, police cars, motorcycles, fire trucks, ladder trucks, every pitch you can imagine of a siren. We even got into specific manufacturers. And really what happened was these vehicles, they built that information so that they would respond appropriately to our units. I can tell you in our community, our firefighters love it. Those vehicles pull over extremely early. In fact, it should be a warning to the rest of you that if it's pulling over, we're probably coming. As you can imagine, with air conditionings, radio, things like that, people, they just don't hear us. So that was a success for us. The next major issue for us was emergency operations. So you guys all saw the vehicle out there today. Very nice vehicle, looks safe. But what happens when it rolls 3 times, right? Or if it's in a T-bone accident, how are those systems going to function? So we wanted to look at it from the perspective of when we walk up on scene and we have an occupant in the vehicle, and we need to get in the vehicle, we need to secure the vehicle. We might need to cut the roof off the vehicle or peel the doors off on an extrication with jaws of life. What is this vehicle going to, what's it going to do? And so we spent a lot of time with their safety engineers. They would fly out to our training center. We actually looked at the vehicles stripped down. We looked at where all the energy sources were, where the wiring was. We talked about what the best approach was to stabilizing the vehicles, what the cut points were, and really, in the end, we wrote the first emergency response guide. That is a national guide now. It is the template for the entire fire service that we wrote with Waymo. And so it will tell that company officer, that captain when they arrive on scene, step by step, what do they need to do? What's the first step in making sure that the car is safe? What is the step if they have to disconnect the power? What is the step at the cut points if they have to cut the roof off or the doors? And I know it's been very helpful because I get a call at least once a week on autonomous vehicles and how that guide helps. So that's really our 2 major options, or major things that we looked at for public safety.
Thank you, Chief. From the planning perspective, Chandler was the first city in the world to adopt changes to its zoning code to accommodate AV and rideshare. David, why did you need this change, and how did you go about making this change, and what has been the response?
Excuse me. First of all, thank you for having me here. From a planning and zoning perspective, this is a really exciting topic because not only are we talking about technology that can change how we get from point A to point B, but also we're talking about a technology that could ultimately change what cities look like in the future, which is pretty exciting for a city planner like me. I will answer the question. I'd like to begin by talking about our goal. What was our goal? Our goal was to position the zoning code in a manner that facilitates autonomous vehicles and ride sharing. We didn't want it to be a hindrance. We wanted to help that technology grow and help ride sharing grow. And so how did we do that? We started by calling different cities in the Phoenix area, asking them, what are you doing, or what have you done? And we really didn't find any cities that were specifically looking at their zoning codes to help this purpose, autonomous vehicles or ride sharing. And so we thought, well, there must be a city somewhere in the country that's doing something. And so we called a bunch of cities and what we would think would be progressive cities, major cities like New York, San Francisco, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, a bunch of cities, and did not find one city that had already amended their zoning code or was working on it, again, specifically for facilitating autonomous vehicles or ride sharing. And so the next thing that we did was we looked at what the experts were saying. And there's a lot of information out there about autonomous vehicles and how they could impact the cities in the future, but not very many of them talk about zoning and how that might impact land use policy decisions. But there was one article that we found was published by the American Planning Association in December of 2017 in the Zoning Practice Journal. The author was Donald Elliott. He's a planning consultant from Colorado. And in that article, it was specifically addressed to cities on what cities should be doing and what cities should be looking at in their zoning code to prepare for the rise of ride sharing and autonomous vehicles. And so we were like, aha, This is what we've been looking for. And there's two big takeaways from that article that we got. One of them was that an increase in autonomous vehicles could significantly reduce the demand for parking in the future. And then the other one was that developments are going to need locations for people to be picked up or dropped off, or what we call passenger loading zones. And so these are the two main things that we did, the two main changes that the City Council adopted in May of 2018 in our zoning code, is making our parking more flexible so that it can be reduced in the future as transportation behaviors change, and also encouraging the installation of passenger loading zones in developments. In order to understand how autonomous vehicles could affect the reduction of parking, the author goes through several scenarios. And just, I know we're short on time, but just very briefly, the first scenario is where all autonomous vehicles are owned by ride-sharing companies like Uber or Lyft or Waymo. And in this scenario, the autonomous vehicle picks up an individual, takes them from point A to point B, and then goes to the next location, picks up the next individual, and then takes them to a different location, and it never really stops or parks in any of those locations. And in this scenario, if you can imagine the majority of the population using this type of transportation, very little parking is needed. In the next scenario, the autonomous vehicles are owned individually by individual owners. And in that scenario, the individual decides to use the vehicle to make money for him or herself when they're not using it. So in this scenario, the autonomous vehicle picks up the owner, or takes the owner from home to work, and then while the owner is at work, it goes off and gives other people rides, kind of like Airbnb for autonomous vehicles. And then it comes back and picks up the owner at work and then takes him back home at the end of the day. In this scenario, there's less of a parking reduction, but it's still significant. I mean, less compared to the first scenario. And then the third scenario is where the individual owns the autonomous vehicle and does not want to share it with strangers, but they do share it among their family. So there's some parking reduction there, where it could take mom to the store and then go pick up the kids from different activities, and so there's still a potential reduction there, but again, it's not as much as the first three scenarios. And then the last scenario is the owner of the autonomous vehicle does not share it at all. And in this scenario, it's essentially the same as what we see today, where there's no change in parking demand. Parking demand will continue as it is today. And so basically the point is that we don't know how much parking is going to be reduced in the future. No one really does. And so instead of trying to guess what that's going to be in the future, what we did in the city of Chandler is we built in flexibility into the zoning code so that as parking demand changes, we can be flexible and reduce the required parking up to 40% reduction by staff without going to council for approval. So that's the first part. The second part is installing passenger loading zones. And what we did there is the zoning code allows a 10% parking reduction for each loading zone, passenger loading zone that's added to a development. And there is a ratio in that ordinance, so you can't have a small commercial building and then add 4 different passenger loading zones and say, I want 40% parking reduction. It doesn't work that way. It's basically one parking, just to give you an example, one passenger loading zone for each 50,000 square feet of a commercial building, or for each 200,000 square feet of an industrial building, and so on and so forth, up to a maximum of 40% parking reduction. And so those two things are currently in the zoning code. And was there another part to that question?
No, you covered it all.
Thank you.
Chandler has received national and international media attention as a result of our partnership with Waymo and our strong presence of AV and tech companies. Matt, how does the city use the exposure gained from AVs to market Chandler?
Well, from a communications perspective and economic perspective, it's a dream, to be honest with you. This is a global problem. There's global interest, and so one of the things that we've done, obviously in partnership with the various companies that are working on these different solutions, is demonstrate how Chandler is an environment where they can come research, develop, and test. And we do this not only on the technology front. Obviously, we have a lot of technology companies that operate in Chandler, but just the mindset that exists amongst our city staff and our city council in terms of being a facilitator. There's a number of things that staff does on a daily basis to help businesses locate, grow, thrive in Chandler, and so this is just an extension of those efforts.
Thank you. One last question, because I know we're keeping you from lunch. What is the city doing to prepare for the expansion and greater utilization of AVs in Chandler? And that's a toss-up.
Sure, as I mentioned, we do expect there to be a reduction in parking in the future. And so one of the other changes that we made in our zoning code is we included a provision that encourages parking structures, parking garages, to be designed in such a way that they can be adapted to future uses in the future. And the city is leading by example. The city recently completed the construction of the Oregon Street parking garage in downtown. It's right next to the New Square development that's currently under construction, just across from City Hall. And in that parking garage, the floors, the ground floor was designed at a height, and the columns were designed in such a way so that the ground floor can be reused and redesigned as storefronts or offices or different uses. There's infrastructure in place, water and sewer, so that change can happen in the future. And there's also a conduit so that could be expanded to the top floors if the need is there in the future. And so that is an important part of trying to prepare for the future. And if we do see less parking, what are we gonna do with our parking garages?
One of the other things that we're also looking at from a city standpoint is how the city might be able to use this technology. So we currently have a pilot program in place with Waymo. If you stop by City Hall on Arizona Avenue, you're going to see a drop-off pickup zone that says autonomous vehicle loading zone. So we're looking at it from a standpoint to see how, we have a group of about 40 employees that are currently using that, to be able to navigate around the city and see if that potentially could provide us with some efficiencies in terms of use of staff time, as well as traveling around the city, and from a safety standpoint, compared to our current model of using fleet vehicles to transport people to different meetings or to different facilities. So that's another thing that we're looking at as a city.
Anything from the chiefs?
I guess I would say that we're watching right now. We're looking to see what type of incidents we have. It's been very few. And then we're just keeping an open mind. We feel like we could be part of the solution. We have an excellent relationship with Waymo. We talk to them a lot. As things evolve, we know that we have a seat at the table, and we're going to use those opportunities.
And I would just add that our mission as a police department is to keep our community safe. And we know that about 95% of collisions are caused by human error. So in essence, they're preventable. So we're excited about this technology because if it can eliminate that error factor, a lot of people it will prevent a lot of tragedies in the future. So we're very excited about that.
One other thing, from a city growth perspective, economic development standpoint, there's a lot of different companies that are already producing components or involved in this space. So obviously we're looking at this as an emerging industry cluster for us. And standpoint is that industry continues to grow. We obviously want those companies to grow and expand here in Chandler.
Thank you. It's time for questions and answers. If anybody has a question, feel free to step up.
Good morning, I'm Mike Brienza from Earnhardt Ford. Electric vehicles are coming into the industry. In fact, some manufacturers are dictating to the dealerships how much electric vehicles they will take in the near future to sell. I guess my question is going to point to you concerning your planning of the garages. How many charging stations have you put in the garages to date? And will you be expanding on that or not? Thank you.
Great question, thank you. In the Oregon Street parking garage, there were a total of 10 parking stations, and I think there's 2 on each floor. And I believe that each parking station has 2 parking spots that station serves, and so it's actually 20, I believe. And that is something that we will continue to do in the future. As you know, I think that was our last parking garage that the city's going to build. But as we see proposals for parking garages, we're going to encourage them to install that infrastructure to serve the electric vehicles.
There's been a lot of talk about data sharing because these vehicles are constantly collecting data and information every day around Chandler. Is the city interested in trying to access some of that information, and if so, for what purposes?
So currently, right now, we are not accessing any of that data. Anecdotally, I can share with you, there's been, we've heard from both of our companies that are involved in Chandler and driving, where they will locate perhaps an issue with an infrastructure. We had a stop sign, I think, that was removed, and Waymo identified it and notified our public works folks so they could get out and get that stop sign put back up. So right now we currently don't, but in the future there certainly could be advantages. There was discussion earlier about road conditions, being able to identify issues that might need to be addressed from an infrastructure standpoint, but right now there is not a plan or a data sharing agreement that we have in place with any of those providers. But in the future, that could be something that, depending on what happens in the future and how this might evolve from a smart city perspective, we could certainly look at those types of partnerships, but there's nothing active right now.
Any other questions? I'll wait you out, I taught high school. Oh, here we come. See, if you wait long enough, somebody will come.
So, you mentioned a reduction in parking, but one of the consequences of ride sharing in New York has been drastically increased congestion in a city that already has problems with traffic congestion. So if people especially are renting out their cars to go pick up other people, you're going to see a corresponding increase in traffic congestion. How are you planning to deal with that?
Great question, thank you. We will be monitoring the use of and the increase of ride sharing and working really closely with our traffic engineer to make sure that our streets can handle that, because we have heard that as well. That is definitely a possibility that traffic could increase with ride sharing if everybody's doing that. And so we will be monitoring that and making sure that our streets are designed to handle that.
Okay. And one more minor question. You mentioned some city-owned cars. Although this applies broadly to any kind of shared vehicle situation, one of the other unintended or unanticipated issues is people are not as clean as they should be and not as well behaved as they should be in taxis and Ubers now. When there's no human for you to be behaving in front of, autonomous vehicles are going to be filthy. I would not want to ride in one. It's going to be like a public restroom, except no one's going to wash it daily. So as far as the city vehicle, it's probably a lesser problem, but any thoughts on that?
Obviously, that's one of the things, and I know our folks here with Waymo can probably speak more specifically about that, but there's one of the things they would do, obviously, is they want to make sure they have a positive customer experience. So anyone who's operating a robo-taxi that we've talked about obviously wants to make sure it's a positive experience. So I know there are regular checks, if you will, in terms of the condition of vehicles and whether that's mechanical or other components or the cleanliness. So they have depots and they have places where they can take those vehicles out of service to then address whatever the issues are. And I know there also are ability to see what's going on inside those vehicles as well. So and hold those passengers perhaps accountable for any damages or cleanliness issues.
Good question.
I know the city is constantly planning ahead, 5, 10 years in the future, what the city needs, what services its residents need. And I'm wondering if you're already thinking of how autonomous vehicles will change the needs of the community in the future, because if it's more ride sharing, presumably there's less cars, less traffic, and if that's changing how you're thinking what roads will need improvement or how many officers you need patrolling the streets, that sort of thing.
Thank you for your question. One of the changes from a planning perspective that could happen if there is indeed a significant reduction in the need for parking, we're going to need to find out what to do with all those parking lots that are out there, especially in front of the big commercial centers where we just have a sea of parking. That can be used for something else, which is pretty exciting. And that's why I said in the beginning that autonomous vehicles could really change the way that cities look in the future, because instead of, right now when you drive next to a commercial center, you just see parking, and then you see the stores in the back. In the future, that could be more buildings, maybe a more pedestrian-oriented streetscape. There could be open space, to make that view from the street more aesthetically pleasing. It could be offices, it could be more revenue-generating uses, whether it's offices or jobs, retail, whatever it is. But I think in the future, we're going to see less parking, and it's going to be other uses that it's going to improve what the city looks like as you drive down the streets. I know that kind of answers your question.
Got one more, actually, even better. So I've done some work with some of the people that do disaster recovery and resiliency planning for the city and for the state. So since we have this panel of public safety people, if there were a disaster, if there was some major event, and there was a need to do a mass evacuation of the metro area, how would autonomous vehicles, would there be enough vehicles to actually evacuate? And any kind of issues they had with self-driving, would they shut down and actually block roads? Like, have you considered some of the issues autonomous vehicles may have in a really cataclysmic situation?
So that's an excellent question. We would certainly, especially in an emergency situation, consider anything. Right now, we have agreements with the schools for their buses. We have other agreements for transit, but that certainly could be an option in the future, utilizing those vehicles to exit the community from the city of Chandler or wherever we need to move them from.
Any final questions? Okay, here comes Terry.
I just want to thank the panel very much for your insight. One of the topics that you didn't talk about that's really important, I think is unique to Chandler, is the traffic cameras. They're really not the traffic cameras, but how you adjust traffic lights and to move transportation and so forth. Can one of you just touch on that? Because again, as we're talking about emerging technologies, Chandler has really been kind of in the forefront on that.
I'm the generalist on the panel, so I'll give it a shot.
Well, it's an important, I think it's another proud point for us.
So Chandler uses a video detection system for all of our intersections, and so you may have seen recently we had a council approved a contract to upgrade those cameras that allow us actually to detect bicyclists. So we're going to see more and more of those kinds of technologies, so you don't have to get off your bike, go hit the walk button to get across an intersection. So one of the things, obviously, and this goes back to the question about data sharing as well, is the traffic signal timing. So having this information and knowing the volume of traffic that's coming in the different directions, and how do we adjust the signal timing to get people through an intersection safely. So there's certainly opportunities for that. We've been approached by some companies that are interested in getting more information about the traffic signal timing, and working with us in terms of sharing information about how vehicles are traveling or navigating around the city. So traffic signal timing is certainly an important component. We do have a traffic management center that is constantly monitoring conditions around Chandler, as do a lot of other municipalities in this region. And so looking at ways that this type of technology and the growth of that technology could help improve mobility in Chandler and in the region.
Thank you again, Pamela, and thank you, Jenna. We're going to break for lunch. We will be back at 2 o'clock for our final panelists. Please feel free to visit our vendors out front, and make sure you stop by the Stantec booth to fill out their questionnaire. And then down around the corner to the right, you'll see some of the autonomous vehicles and Ollie and all of those good things. And then if you have, for our speakers and anybody who has a ticket for lunch is out here, and we'll see everybody back at 2. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm sorry. It's after lunch, the bellies, carbs, they're probably like zombies. So I hope you guys had a great lunch, and let's get a round of applause. That first session panel and lunch was huge. It's pretty incredible. And of course, I remind you, don't forget to visit if you haven't, some of our great partners in the community. We wanted to take a look at the Chandler stakeholder perspective, and we're going to be inviting down our guests. Terry, are our guests here?
Yes.
Perfect. So we are going to, as they come down, I'm just going to say, hey, let's get a round of applause. Nesla Patali, Local Policy and Community Manager at Waymo. Welcome. Marcy Miller, raise your hand, Automotive Strategic Marketing at Intel. And of course, Ronan Shechtar, VP of the Program Management Office and Chief of Staff at NXP. Round of applause. And of course, Local Motors here in Chandler, Vikrant Agarwal, welcome. And I want us to be engaging here, and there's a lot of questions. You know, earlier we talked about the safety side of things. We talked about, reliability, legislation, all those things. And if we're up to small business, we would just run with it, right? But we can't. It'd get unsafe. So from that perspective, I'd like to ask our panel, what is your company currently doing in the automotive vehicle industry in regards to innovation? Local Motors, I've got to start with you, sir.
Thank you for starting with me, and thank you for having me here. Can you hear me? Usually I talk loud, so usually they won't give me a mic. Can you hear me now? All right. So thank you for being here this afternoon, and thanks for having us here. Let me just back up and just give you a little bit of sense who Local Motors is and what we do, and that'll hopefully answer the question. Local Motors is a Chandler-based company. We are in the business of 3D printing autonomous electric shuttles, right? And what a shuttle is, I think some of you may have seen the shuttle up front. It's displayed up front. That's our version 1. We're actually on version 2, and our whole focus is to provide low speed, first mile, last mile, first few miles, last few miles, movement of people, okay? Fully autonomous, full electric, 8 people sitting, 12 standing, depending upon, legal structure. So that's who we are, and we are now moving into full-scale production. We have 15 test deployments across the globe. So we are, starting to ramp up.
In terms of innovation with Local Motors, you guys are cutting edge in that space. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, where do you see Local Motors?
I think it's going to be hard for me, to be honest, to try and predict 10 years out. The industry we work and live in, or most of us work and live in, it's hard to even look out 6 months. Having said that, my firm view is that autonomy, mobility as a service is not coming, it's here, right? How fast it picks up is the big question, right? So I see Local Motors playing a greater and greater role in providing a mobility solution rather than just a mobility product, okay, as we look 2, 3, 4 years out.
Yeah, very good. Sorry to put you on the spot. I forgot 10 years is like, are you kidding me? 10 years in technology? Marcy Miller, we've got to get it from Intel. Automotive Strategic Marketing there. What's the innovation? I mean, you mentioned Intel. It's all innovation. What do we got going on currently?
Intel's currently playing a role in several different facets of automated driving and the autonomous vehicle. And first and foremost, and what probably most people know us for, is providing the silicon solutions to our customers, like Waymo, for processors, storage, memory, and even data centers in the back end for training and writing those algorithms and software solutions. Another area that Intel's involved in is we actually purchased a company a couple years ago called Mobileye for their autonomous vehicle technology and functionality. And the pleasantly surprising thing about them that a lot of people don't know about is a lot of the active safety features or ADAS solutions that are in production model vehicles today. If any of you have it, anyone have the lane departure warnings or automatic cruise control, things like that? There's a high likelihood that that is part of a Mobileye system. So Intel is also kind of playing it in that realm. And then the last thing I would say where there is a lot of leadership and innovation going on at Intel is around, kind of what everyone has really pronounced as our largest collective goal for autonomous vehicles is the safety aspects. And that's with responsibility-sensitive safety. And Intel, or Mobileye, published a paper in late 2017 around this responsibility-sensitive safety framework. And the purpose of that is really to collectively get, like we've talked about all day long, governments, academia, other industry ecosystem partners from tier ones to disruptors and other technology partners, as well as the automotive industry, to really come together and put a framework in place so that we're all, like we talked about earlier, on the same kind of playing field, or that the consumers have a standard expectation. The analogy we like to use is like when you get in any make or model vehicle today, you know how that seatbelt is going to work. We want RSS to kind of be that starting framework for the industry to work together and build upon, so that when people get into an autonomous vehicle, no matter which one they're getting into, whose vehicle they're getting into, they have that expectation, that trust, that safety assurance, that they know what's happening and they're gonna be safe.
Anyone, we've got a ton of innovation here, so please pass the microphone. We need to hear. Please.
What was the question?
Well, the question was innovation. You know what you kind of sleep with, you technology people. Innovation. How are you handling innovation now with your company?
Yeah, so we've heard earlier today during the panels and the other speakers about Waymo. So we are building the world's most experienced driver. We've been around since 2009 versus the Google self-driving car project, and we spun off into Waymo in 2016. The majority of the testing is taking place here in Arizona. And what we want to do is have an impact, a positive impact on the amount of traffic fatalities that occur on today's roadways. But what we're also looking at is mobility options and accessibility for everybody. So when we're talking about autonomous vehicles, what we really want to make available is a technology and a mode of transportation for people to use who might not be able to drive or might not choose to drive. We want to give people the independence to be able to get from point A to B safely.
That's awesome. I think one of the things we can easily segue into, so here we are, company A, B, or C, we're innovating. How do we handle the demand, the voice of the consumer? Can we get some information from the panel about some of the challenges right now regarding the autonomous vehicle as it relates to what consumers want? I mean, we're confused as consumers, aren't we? Raise your hand. Sometimes we are. That's got to be a challenge. What's your challenge in that regard to consumers and what they want with autonomous vehicles?
My challenge is you didn't introduce me, so I'll do that myself.
Oh my goodness, I do apologize.
But that's a perfect example, because NXP is a company that almost anybody over here doesn't know at all what is this company doing, who they are, and why we are sitting over here on this panel. So I'll use 2 or 3 minutes to give you an historical view about who we are and how did we reach to here. So many years ago, there were 2 big companies in electronics, Philips Semiconductor and Motorola Semiconductor. Each one of these companies spun out their semiconductor arm into Freescale and NXP. A few years ago, we merged forces, and now we are a big company in the semiconductor business. And one of the well-kept secrets to most of the people is that we are the #1 supplier of devices to the automotive industry, by far compared to any other company. Our devices are from bumper to bumper, literally from bumper to bumper, cover every piece of the car, from computing to sensors to radar sensors, for motor control, for battery management, and any other aspect, including communication. And every engine in the car most likely is using our motors and motor control. And if you hold the keyless entry, 90% that this is our keyless entry. So now when we establish this thing, we can talk about your question. In general, what do we think about this industry? So there was a good example earlier about a company called Mobileye, and we were talking about how quickly can we see this technology being used. Again, a very well-kept secret that Mobileye is a 20-year-old company. So we see today technology being used by cars and car industry And many companies are using their systems today. It is 20 years later. Technology that was started 20 years ago find themselves today in specific cars. So similarly with an autonomous vehicle, we should expect that some of the technologies will not be used tomorrow morning. The thing that is really good for us at NXP is that autonomous vehicle is talking about level 5. And level 5 is exactly what we are talking on, a topic robot that you come in, you sit inside, and the robot is taking you anywhere. In any weather, in any country. Some countries it will be difficult because we know how the drivers are driving over there. But it is really different for every geography and every type of driver. But it will be able to do that someday, sometime. Our prediction may be 2 decades from now. But what is good for us is all these building blocks, all the technologies that are being developed are used by cars that are level 2 and level 3 and level 4. And we succeed to sell our devices and work with the partners to make this technology working for everybody. And the last one, which is the level 5, will come someday, sometime. But the road to there is long, and it's mainly not the hardware, it's mainly the software that needs to be developed.
Well said. And please, a round of applause. It's the, I forgot, Mr. Ronan Shechar, VP of the Program Management Office and Chief of Staff at NXP. I do apologize for non-introduction. So back to the consumer demand. Ronan, I'm going to keep it with you. NXP, consumer demand, you're in there market researching. Do you ever find that you're going too fast and oh, the market didn't want that?
I mean, obviously, as a leader in technology, and Intel is sitting on my right side, and they have the same thing. I mean, we usually develop stuff and develop systems with some assumptions of where the market is going to go, but not necessarily the market is going wherever we think it will go. So there are cases that we gamble right and we pick the right trend. Many times we will help the trend to really emerge and try to help it to happen. But there are cases that we drive stuff that doesn't find itself at all into the market, and sometimes the things that we thought that will never be successful, still we invest in them, become very successful. So it's similar right now in this market. Some stuff will be extremely successful. I mean, just good example, all the sensors that we have in the car. We cannot predict today which one of them will be the big one that will be used in the car, and which one of them will be completely obsolete. So as a company, we work with everybody, but in years from now, we'll know which one of them will become the main one that will be used by everybody.
Question for Desba with Waymo. As you sort of accrued millions of miles, did you anticipate certain consumer behaviors that were totally wrong in Waymo and had to adjust things?
Well, we've only launched Waymo One, which is our ride-hailing service, late last year. And with that, what we did was we moved a lot of our early riders who initially signed up to help us with the testing into our Waymo One ride ship. And there are still a lot of learnings. I think we've touched on a little bit here today on how this is a very new and very fast-paced but emerging technology. So while we're kind of seen as the leaders here, as we've been around for about a decade or so, it's still very much in its infancy. We're still learning a lot, and when we're talking about a consumer base as a ride-hailing service, there is still a lot of work to be done. Everybody who uses the service now, their feedback is very instrumental as we continue to roll out and develop this technology. We're only in a small area here in the East Valley, but what we're looking at is we really want to make sure that we're being very thoughtful and mindful about how we roll it out. So with that, we're taking very slow, very incremental steps when we're developing this technology and making it available for the general public. But I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges and one of the biggest lessons that we're learning, but we also are very mindful that we need to get it right, with safety being the forefront of that.
Vikrant, anticipating what riders would sort of, their behaviors. I mean, some of us would think like, what do we do in an autonomous, what do we do? Have you done the studies about some of the behaviors that you can anticipate? And does that evolve into design?
Yes and no, and the reason I'm saying yes and no, yes is, we are experiencing riders every day. Like I said, we've got 15 plus deployments across the globe, and riders are experiencing it, and one of the first questions they ask our safety stewards who actually are part of our shuttles right now is, what percentage of the time does the shuttle run in an autonomous mode, as an example. So the whole mindset around doing it right, to your point, is very important. I think speed is important, however getting it right is even more important. because it's like you take 5 steps forward and 20 steps back if you get it wrong. So the big thing is making sure we listen to the riders. In our industry, listening to our B2B customers, because we sell to B2B customers, and then making sure that we take those learnings and put them back into both communications, but also design.
Very good. Ethics. Ethics is huge. Ronan, I'd like to start with you. There's a lot of technology going on with NXP, a lot of investment, a lot of risk. Where does ethics play into future technologies, and how does a company like NXP look at that before anything's released?
So first of all, I just need to emphasize that most of the decisions are being taken by software, and we are an IC company, so our role in that area is quite limited. But in the automotive industry, there is a standard called ISO 26262, kind of confusing a little bit. You need to count the twos, make sure that you don't have too many. But this is functional safety, and functional safety is really an important standard that clarifies very clearly how do you develop the devices, how do you develop the systems, and how do you maintain the system to really be safe. And by doing that, you guarantee that you will avoid a lot of the problems that can happen with the devices. It requires to have some redundancy in the system, so in cases that you have a very important part of the system that can fail the entire car, you need to have a redundancy over there. So as a company that leads the market in automotive, we are active in this functional safety. All our devices have a different level of functional safety. It starts from ASIL A and ends up with ASIL D. And most of the important components that we develop are actually at the level of ASIL D. And by doing that, we are supplying to the end user, our end user, which are the companies that build up the system, all the capabilities in place to build a system that will be really safe and will be able to operate in any condition.
Very well said. Marcy, Intel's doing some amazing things by way of technology in the automotive space. There was a video recently, I'm sure most of you have seen it. It went viral. It was a Star Wars kind of thing where these robots were doing this from MIT folks. And we think about this as consumers as behavior, and it can be scary. Where does ethics come in? Where do we draw the line about how far we can go with technology before it may change social patterns that affect our society?
So I am not the ethics expert at Intel, but I will tell you, Intel has an entire business unit dedicated to ethics in artificial intelligence. And autonomous vehicles is just one element of that. So that is taken very seriously. But going back to a point that I made earlier about this responsibility sensitive safety model, I would say that is one way that we are trying to take the opportunity to make sure that as an industry, we create kind of these fundamentals on the vehicle, ensuring that it keeps itself safe, that it's following at a safe distance, that it understands the environment around it, and that it operates in an effective manner so it can be on the road with other vehicles, but it also keeps you in that kind of safety bubble or safety envelope, if you will. So yeah, so that's what Intel's doing.
It is important. I'd like to talk back to Ronan. The military seems to have some pretty incredible technology that may not live in an ethics space. Do technology companies look at military, not so much the standards, but where they're going? Does a company like NXP look at that space for ideas?
We, for many years, are not targeting the military industry as one of our key targets, but our devices are used in the military industry by companies that choose to use them. Many years ago, we had activities, at least as part of Motorola, that we developed devices for that industry. But we found out that the market is relatively small, the demand and the special qualification that you need to develop are enormous, and we prefer that third parties will take our devices and use them and modify them to be able to use them in military application. And of course, with the ethics involved, we don't want to take side on this area.
Makes sense. Does anybody have an example that they would like to share about a recent ethics issue that may have had you reconsider certain programs internally? I know that's a big question, but maybe we have to rephrase it and ask that if there was an ethics situation that is taboo, we should never do this in the technology space that happened, if I can ask that question. This could be worldwide. We're not picking on any countries, but I thought it would be pretty neat to maybe dive into that. Who's got ethics wrong? And if you're not comfortable, that's fine. We can move to the next question. We don't want to throw you to the bus, but is there an example of ethics where ethics got wrong?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, I run a podcast and a radio show. I'm trying to get the questions. Well, let's get back to legislation. How are you folks working with legislation? And I know, look, sometimes it's a slow-moving deal. But what efforts, if I may start with you, Marcy, Intel, doing great things there. How are you partnering with legislation to help move forward?
So Intel clearly is a very large company, and we have parts of our organization that work both at the federal level in DC, as well as local Intel people who work with the state and city levels. So we very much want to be tied into the community at every level. I know I keep going back to this responsibility sensitive safety, but it truly is a way that we feel Intel can help bring a starting point, at least to the industry, whether it's government, academia, other automotive ecosystem partners, or our customers today globally. So we're working not just here in the States, but also with China ITS, and there's also an academic consortium, if you will, that they're starting in Europe. So the IAM is a very important part of this responsibility-sensitive safety, and using that to collaborate with others on this standard for safety in the vehicle. So that's very much, I know, broader than policy and government, but we think it takes the whole ecosystem to be able to get there.
And we talk about it all the time, and we have to reach out, our associations and our industries as a partnership. I know I see in the automotive realm, the big thing now is the shortage of technicians, and moving from technician to network engineer, right? Laptop tubes and stuff. So we have to work with legislation. Vikrant, the distance of an electric vehicle going 20 miles an hour or so, perhaps 1 to 2 miles, maybe on a college campus. Talk to us about how legislation works in that arena. Like, were there any challenges getting folks to say, hey, this is okay to do that?
Absolutely, there is. I think the challenges are no different from running, a vehicle on public roads, right? I think from a legislative perspective, the challenge is getting legislation that's level playing field and allows us to compete effectively in the marketplace. That's one. I think the second challenge, not a legislative challenge or an opportunity, is how do you build consumer confidence that your vehicle, in our case, our shuttles, are safe, right? And I think third is, as it was said earlier, how do we partner with various people or various companies in the ecosystem, because our end objectives are same, right? And I think that's a big opportunity or a challenge that I think we've got very, still, in my view, fragmented efforts to progress that forward. And I think it's an opportunity for us to figure out how we can work together to move some of these things forward.
Desma, I have a question. I'm sure you're all thinking, how did Waymo come to market? You guys, it didn't happen overnight. Legislatively, there had been some challenges. How long did it take for that process? I don't want to get in the weeds on all that, but how long did it take for Waymo to say, get that yes?
Well, as you know, we aren't a homegrown company. We did migrate here. Part of our business came here from California, which has a lot maybe more of a regulatory framework there. So obviously coming here to Arizona was ideal with the governor and the state support. Also here on the local level, it's been very instrumental and very much a part of our success. So when we were looking initially at the technology and all the implications, all the positives and all the negatives that could occur with building out this type of technology, it just seemed to make sense from a business standpoint to be able to make this accessible for everybody. So rideshare just happened, we had Lyft and Uber coming to town. Waymo was a very natural fit into the rideshare business, and I think that was a very solid step for us as a company to continue to develop and get this technology out there. We're talking about safety. We wanted to make sure that we had everything in place as far as the safety framework goes, to be able to have the public feel comfortable with riding in our vehicles. So we're still very much in that early stage in that process where we're inviting people to come and learn about the technology, but then to also experience it firsthand. Communication really travels quickly when you actually have somebody who's been in the vehicle to share that experience and then learn about the technology. So here on a local level, one of my main responsibilities is to be able to provide that basic education and outreach on how the vehicles work. But with that, we want to continue to expand that business, definitely here in the ride sharing business. But what we're also looking at is the greater picture. So we've expanded into trucking. We have some vehicles that are currently driving here in the Phoenix metro area. Pretty much the same hardware that we have on our Pacificas are also built on the Semi platform. So it very much goes hand in hand with our mission overall to move people and things safely around. So we just want to continue to expand on that.
Anyone else want to dive into that?
Maybe the only other thing that I would add, kind of tying it back to your question earlier about consumer challenges, I guess. We did a pretty, more qualitative, not quite quantitative research back in 2016, I think it was, around trust and safety with one of our R&D vehicles. And it's funny because we did it again just maybe a few months ago, I think back in July, and not much has changed from a consumer expectation perspective, right? I think AAA had a study back in 2018 that was 73% or something around there. People are afraid to get inside of an autonomous vehicle. And I think it goes back to Des's point about how important education is. And even if you were in Jill's presentation earlier this morning, right, on even educating consumers today on those active safety features that are in the vehicle and not, even working, Intel works with Earnhardt Ford, right, on making sure their sales teams are educated to educate the end consumer and the buyer rather than just kind of encouraging them maybe to turn off those safety features. Because really the more exposure we can give, the more experience people have, even in some of these smaller steps and ADAS features, I think it's only going to benefit the greater industry and understanding really for the greater public on what these vehicles will be able to do someday.
This isn't a question that's on here, and I'll keep it safe. There is some thought that our grandkids, great-grandkids, will laugh at us because we drove a vehicle. I'd like to ask you your thoughts, and we don't have to go from a company perspective, but do you really think that we will laugh at ourselves in the future because we drove like a horse and a carriage? Just your personal take.
Sure. So personally speaking, I came to the company almost 3 years ago. I originally had my degree in archaeology, and I went and worked with public safety prior to coming to Waymo. So very much committed to what the company is doing overall, but with that safety framework. On a personal note, I have a 9-year-old boy, and I'm really looking forward to the day when he's able to ride in one of our vehicles or any self-driving car and not have to worry about him getting from point A to B. And I think that's really exciting. We laugh now that most of us go around and we can't, live without our cell phones. I think this type of technology is going to be that transformative.
God, that's a good point.
Isn't it?
It is. I mean, we're connected that way.
We're so connected to our cell phones that you could think that this type of disruptive technology at this point is going to have that kind of impact in the future. But I think what's really exciting for all the work that our team does here is the fact that we are looking at making this type of technology accessible for everybody. So in a few years, when I'm too old to drive, I definitely look forward to the opportunity to ride in a car and still be able to get to where I want to go. So,
Yeah, that's a part of our population that we speak about that all the time. That's just amazing that we can reach out. Those that can't get, behind the wheel, that's
You didn't
awesome.
see the video in Jill's keynote, did you?
I may have stepped out.
It was a good video, and it
Yeah.
goes right to your question and kind of exactly to what Desba mentioned. And I would say I have to agree. I think it will be exciting to be old one day and still be able to have a social life and be able to get around, right? I think that'll be fun, and you should watch that video.
I will. I'll find it on YouTube. Vikram, I want to ask, I just want to move gears here. We can kind of go around. Vikram, Europe seems to be cutting edge, and I also want to bring in Ronan. Europe seems to be cutting edge. Do you see things that they're doing in their marketplace that maybe we can do better here? Without getting into the legislation, is this behavior, is this a social set, mindset? I'd like to start with you, Vikram. What are they doing better, the Europeans?
I mean, absolutely, yes. I think Europe's much more progressive, if I were to use the word. They are more constrained. They are more open to using public transportation as an example. And they believe in technology a lot more than we do. So I am of the firm view that, I lived in Europe for 7 years, and people just have a different mindset. Not good or bad, it's just a different mindset. So Europe is leading, and I think one of the watch-outs we have, and we should be aware of, I think some countries in Asia actually will move faster than even Europe. They will actually leapfrog. So I grew up in India. In 1994, you couldn't get a landline at home, and most of the people didn't have cell phones. In India, everybody has 2 cell phones today, right? And so they just skipped this whole landline concept and moved from having no phones to having 1 or 2 cell phones. So I think they're much further along. I think the constraints are pushing them, right? And you said not talk about legislation, but the government policy around moving towards these shifts is very proactive.
They're embracing it
right?
more.
I mean, as an example, a city, recently, week before last, I was in Europe. Their goal is in 3 years, and this is a pretty big Scandinavian country with a pretty big city. They have basically said in 3 years they want no reciprocating cars, engines, or not cars, reciprocating engines on cars in the city center. And the city center is big, and they will move. They've just placed orders for 50 shuttles.
Well, there goes the mechanic.
Right? and they will do it, right? And so, a long answer to your short question, absolutely we can learn, and I think we can learn a lot more
Sure.
from a mindset perspective from other parts of the world.
Ronan, your take, Europe, what are they doing differently?
I'm not really aware of things that they're doing differently, but back to the electrical car, I think that's something that we will see in many places in the world, that they will not allow to regular car that we drive today to go into the city centers, and there will be most of the city centers only open to electrical car, because that's what they want to do over there to preserve the air quality and allow people to drive only using these cars. But from an innovation standpoint, I think the Far East will be the one that will be able to get a lot of the legislation done much quicker than it will be done in North America or in Europe, because they can, and they are built in some places differently. So I think that they will be exposed much faster to this technology than we are over here or in Europe.
I want to tie in ethics, because the Far East, China, they're innovative, but they don't have a free market press, and ethics could be an issue in how they tie in. They're leading the electric space, am I correct, guys? We can't be at China, is that correct? Ethically.
The question is not very clear, so not to me.
We cannot be, China's innovative. They're moving forward, they're leading the way, but ethically there's some gray area. We cannot be China in that regard. I'm just asking if you agree.
Second time in a row you go into an area that will be not very easy to get on.
The ethics of technology, China is moving with this in a great space with electric vehicles. But ethically, there's some question. They don't have the ethic guidelines that other countries have. There are reports, and they're hard to come by, I'm just suggesting we cannot be in that space of ethics in technology. I was just making a point, I guess. Anyone want to comment? I'm going to ask you guys. We're going to talk about ethics. We're going to go to questions here in a minute.
Let's move on to another question.
Well, if I can ask the audience before we go into the last question, anybody want to engage in ethics? What are their concerns, from your family, your community? Anybody have any questions for the panelists? Or any, do you?
I'll keep it mild. I have one question.
We're not doing a podcast.
So,
Go ahead.
don't worry, this one won't be as scary as the other one.
And I bring up ethics. That's really key because it's on the mind of the consumer. It really is.
So my question is, you mentioned these ethics panels, and I know Axon also is doing ethics with some of the stuff they're doing in AI and computer vision. So is any of this research being shared or publicized? Because it's great to say that, yeah, our company's doing all this ethics stuff, and it's great, and we're thinking about it. Okay, but what are you thinking about? We want to know as the public. We want you guys to talk to each other so we can all come to a common conclusion, and we want to know what you're thinking about. So is anyone already taking that step and actually putting that out there and sharing it?
Yeah, actually are. So I'm assuming you're referring to the business unit that I talked about, the ethics and AI, and actually there have been several publications. I can't name exactly where they are, but I'm sure it's an easy Google search. But we can get you that information. Absolutely, there are publications. There have been specific days hosted for the AI developer communities that Intel does. Actually, I think they've done some in the U.S., China, and Europe already over the last year. So they are very much working, and I think it's like anything we talked about today, that this is a new groundbreaking area, and things are evolving, and we're all learning, and we really only want to do what's right? But we've got to learn as we go. So I can't speak to exactly where there are publications, but 100% Intel has always been about publicizing it and putting white papers out there and sharing the research that we do, not only with our customers, but with the general population. Okay.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the panelists?
Well, I think it's important for each of them to kind of share a little bit about the impact that you're doing in Chandler. Because, for instance, NXP, their Chandler location, they do is pretty much automotive. But can you talk a little bit about each of your companies on a broader spectrum about everything that you're doing, kind of in the technology component?
Okay, so we heard a little bit about how we've been partnering with the local communities, especially Chandler, as we continue to roll out this technology. And I would honestly say that we couldn't do it without the support of public safety and without the support of the local city and the local elected officials. We have the regulatory framework under the executive order from the state of Arizona that we currently operate on. But a lot of that is still open-ended. So what we really had to commit to on our level and with our company is to make sure that we're speaking to everybody that this technology is going to impact. We're talking to the local business communities through the chamber. We're also talking with all the public safety agencies here in the East Valley and within the whole state, really, as we're looking at developing and rolling out this technology, because everybody's thoughts, concerns, and feedback is really important to us. And that, I think, is where we stand strong as a newer technology company. The fact that we came out of Google also has a lot of the strong foundations for how we started and how we progressed thus far. But it's really at the local level where we're looking at talking to people, getting feedback on what we could be doing better, addressing concerns with the amount of vehicles that cruise in the area, for instance, is a big concern. When we first started driving here in the East Valley, we had a dozen or so vehicles. Now we have about 600 vehicles in our fleet, driving in a couple of different cities. So there's a higher visibility presence of our cars in the area, but it definitely does have an impact on local neighborhoods and businesses. We want to make sure we're aware of that and being able to communicate here with the folks that these cars have an impact on. But working with our public safety partners is important. The police chief and the fire chief brought up the fact that we developed a first responder protocol here, and it's available to everybody, every law enforcement agency, on how to interact safe with our vehicles. And we really couldn't have done that without our partners here in town.
So Intel in Chandler employs about 10,000 people at both campuses that we have. We have large manufacturing facilities down in Ocotillo that does the fabrication of our silicon as well as some test and assembly. We have a large business presence as well, specifically our Internet of Things organization, which I don't know if many of you know, but that includes things like military, medical, retail, things like the point of sale systems or digital signs that you might see out and about. Also, part of our autonomous driving group started here. We have data center or kind of server business units here in Chandler, and some software solutions groups. So, am I cutting out? Software organizations. So that is, and we are very much part of the community. We have one of our representatives here who works with the Chandler Chamber, as well as other kind of local policy folks, to make sure that we really are being very impactful in a positive way to our community. One of the things I was lucky enough to go on a little fab tour a couple weeks ago. And one of the things that I thought was, one of the coolest, and this factory manager was so proud of the fact that Intel uses, I can't even remember, millions of gallons of water a day, and we have built our own fully self-recycling water facility on the campus, and then any of that water that we can't reuse is used for, given to the city of Chandler or other facilities to use to, water plants or other vegetation in the city. And it was very cool, and he was so proud about the positive kind of zero footprint type of impact because of the way that Intel gives back in other ways. And so that's, I hope, kind of what you were looking for in the greater impact that Intel has on our community, and specifically here in Chandler.
So for NXP, we have a big operation in Chandler. We have approximately 2,000 employees working in our buildings in Chandler. We have one of our 5 factories is located in Chandler. Most of our product that goes to the automotive industry are manufactured in the fab in Chandler. And beside the fab, we have several activities that are done locally. We have the headquarters of the sensors organization, and most of our sensors are being designed locally. And majority of our analog design worldwide is done in Chandler. Phoenix area is well known as the capital of the world for analog design, and that's the reason that we have our activities over here. And we have a lot of our competitors that have also their design center over here, which is really good for all of us because we create an ecosystem that allows us to move employees and move ideas around the different companies, and that's the reason that we stay over here and still keep to employ employees that are relatively more expensive than elsewhere in the world, but you cannot find this set of skills and set of knowledge that we develop over here. And we do a lot of partnership with the universities locally to keep this level of analog knowledge. We also have over here our RF organization, so all the cellular industry and all the cellulars that we're using are definitely going through the transistors that are designed locally over here in Chandler. So we do activities for automotive, we do activities for cellular, and a lot of the components that are being used as cellular phones are also being designed over here in Chandler.
From a local motors perspective, 2/3 of our organization is based in Chandler. We are not as big as my 3 peers here. I hope to get there one of these days. However, our R&D is in Chandler, our engineering organization is Chandler, our manufacturing organization partially in Chandler, our headquarters is in Chandler, the executive staff sits here. We are very actively engaged with the universities here. Actually, we've accelerated that in the last 4 or 5 weeks. I do believe we have an opportunity to engage with the city more. One of the questions when I came here and I was told we are testing in 15 plus test sites across the globe, and I said, are we testing in Chandler? And the response was no. And so we need to do that. Having said that, we have run what we call fleet challenges, where we invite local entities to bid on us testing shuttles in the region. And I know we've done that with Chandler, and I know Terry and I talked about seeing how we can move that forward. So I think as we grow, we are going to continue to build capability, recruit locally,
and deploy locally as much as possible.
And I'd like to add something we discussed during lunch. I think this is a good opportunity for Chandler to continue to lead the world. The next step in this industry is the V2X. It's a communication between different cars to different things around them. And communication to infrastructure is something that we can drive locally over here, prove the technology locally. We have a fleet of hundreds of cars that are driving around and being developed. If we can develop these capabilities of the traffic lights and other infrastructure that we have on the road, we can demonstrate this technology locally and be driving that for the rest of the world.
Thank you to each of our panelists. And let's give Frank a round.
Oh, thank you guys. And we're welcome to thank you, panelists. Thank you for coming.
Other questions from
Any other questions? Yeah. Are our students here? No. Come on, you guys don't have, you ask questions for a living. Come on. Please, Mr. Come on up. We want to hear a student perspective. Be nice. Okay, oh, look, it's a good student.
So, each country has its own traffic laws and rules. Does that cause problems in this industry?
I don't know if I'd call it problems, but challenges for sure. I mean, we're not even talking about differences between countries, but just differences between state lines is a challenge. And I think that's what the opportunities are for us to continue to grow as a company, because traffic laws in California, where we're based, is different than what we experience here in Arizona. So for all the millions of miles that we're accumulating here, it's every mile is a new step towards improving machine learning and how the vehicles are driving, and it's definitely something that we're continuing to always work on and refine as we're continuing to expand into other areas.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me add a little bit. I think that Chandler is a unique environment. It's really easy to drive over here. The environment is and the infrastructure are really very well built, and also the drivers are behaving very well on the road. When you cross the state line and you go into California or you go elsewhere, you actually have to develop new skills that you don't use over here in order to survive. So it's really a good laboratory to develop, but take these cars and put them in India or in Italy or other places and see what happens.
Yeah, that's why my question. I'm from Eastern Europe, so that's why I had my question. So when we get to fully automatized people, the 4 million people who now drive, that truck drivers, taxi drivers, Uber and Lyft, will no longer have that job. How are you going to adjust this?
I'll start real quick. I think there is a natural evolution to the types of opportunities that will come as these vehicles become pervasive. It's not going to happen overnight. And the comment you made earlier about, okay, well, there goes the mechanic's job. Well, I think the mechanic's job will evolve, right? The mechanic's skill sets will have to evolve to the types of technology that's inside of these vehicles. And I think on top of that, the types of use cases or opportunities you can have in the future, because you don't have to worry about driving, that will also change and create this whole, what we call it until this whole new passenger economy, or this whole new business model that will allow people to do things that they were never able to do before, and allow new business or new commerce to happen.
Thank you for that. I thought we were going the way of the elevator man. Thank you very much for the confidence there.
Yeah, I totally agree with what she said. I think we're seeing a transition and a change with some of the industries that already exist now, and just redefining them and redeveloping them. On our team, we actually have a lot of former people who are drivers who are actually working on the vehicles, who are learning the mechanics, because this isn't something that's widely available in a lot of our community colleges or at apprenticeship programs or what have you. So what we're really doing is just redefining and restructuring the role, because the mechanic today is way different than being a mechanic 30 years ago.
Thank you for that.
And then you throw on the self-driving car technology on top of that. It really is a whole new frontier. So we're really excited to be able to transition a lot of these roles where people were in the car into newer type support team positions and roles. It's very exciting.
I think I'll give you a more historical view because we are looking only on decades over here. 300 years ago, most of the population of the world was actually doing agriculture, and very few people were doing other stuff. Today, there are 3% of the world doing agriculture, and the rest are doing other stuff. So we don't need to be worried about what will give us a salary and what will keep us alive.
Very good. We are going to wrap it up. Another round of applause. Desba Patale, the mayor of Lauren Shishchik, VP of Program Management Office of Chief of Staff at NXP, and Vikram Bhagwal, Local Motors. An honor to have you guys on the panel. Let's give a round of applause. And now a big round of applause for Chandler Gilbert Community College. Nice hosting here. We learned a lot here, and Terry, I believe we're going to do this again. So stay tuned. We'll have another one. There's so much more that we can learn. And so thank you all for coming out. Thank you.